Chapter 1301. Time passed, bit by bit, as Zhou Tong continued to meditate on the various secret arts. What a marvelous technique! Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh in praise after meditating on one of the techniques. This technique is ingenious and utterly inconceivable. By fusing heart force into the energy of fire, it can actually form such terrifying flames. Zhou Tong continued to ponder, observe, and carefully meditate on every single detail of each technique. During this period of time, he was able to sense the ingenious aspects of each technique, and he was also able to sense the insights of the experts who had created these techniques regarding the concept of fire. Although these techniques didn't reveal any traces of the Grand Tao, Zhou Tong was able to slowly understand the principles contained within these techniques. Although the flames of this divine ability aren't that powerful, they are quite dominating. They seem to carry with them an aura of supremacy. This is a type of very idealistic flame. This divine ability uses one's emotions to enter the Tao. These flames rise and fall according to one's emotions, and they also carry with them a sort of sorrowful aura. Their sorrowful sighs will destroy all living things, transforming all the sorrowful emotions in their hearts into flames that will ignite everything. These flames are quite swift and graceful. They are like flames, but they are also like wild winds. However, they are completely different from the flames I previously comprehended from the thunderstorm technique. They have taken a different path. Oh, and these insidious flames, they must be flames that have been infused with the energy of shadows. Zhou Tong continued to meditate on all sorts of secret arts. Every single secret art and divine ability gave him a different feeling. He was completely immersed in this sea of secret arts. Virtually all of these secret arts have been developed by Zhu Shun, Zhu Xian, world gods, and chaos immortals. Thousands of different secret arts of the Tao of Fire that have been developed by different cultivators. Zhou Tong was simply too stunned. He had never felt anything like this before. The legacy he had acquired from world god Northrest, the hundreds of years he had spent in the primordial chaos, or the many world-level cultivators he had slain in the primordial chaos and acquired divine abilities and secret arts from their minds. None of them could compare to the benefits he had gained from this session of secluded meditation. Thousands of fire elemental divine abilities and secret arts were displayed in front of his eyes. This was an unprecedented experience. After all, these secret arts were carefully selected by Zhou Tong after browsing through all the secret arts sold in Waveshift City. There were secret arts that could make up for his flaws. The Tao of Fire is so dazzling. There are too many types and characteristics of flames in this world. Everything in the world can be displayed through the Tao of Fire. Fire is a part of the world, and it can also contain everything in the world. The primordial chaos was divided into yin and yang, and the yin and yang transformed into the four divisions. Thus, flames were born. The origin of fire in the depths of the endless primordial chaos is definitely one of the most powerful origins. The more he comprehended, the more Zhou Tong understood how brilliant the fire elemental Tao of this world was. The more he comprehended, the more Zhou Tong understood what was missing in his flames. That was why he couldn't break through to the supreme sixth level of the power of fire. As he continued to meditate, Zhou Tong began to see a forest appear in his mind. This was a forest of fire elemental Taos. Every single type of flame represented a small tree that was like a tree branch. The more flames one controlled, the more prosperous the forest would be. As Zhou Tong continued to meditate, the forest of fire elemental Taos in his mind grew increasingly luxuriant. However, as he continued to meditate, the countless flames began to fuse together within his mind. In the end, one tree branch after another began to fuse together. The tens of thousands of branches began to fuse together. First, tens of thousands became thousands, then hundreds, then dozens. With each branch that fused together, the remaining branches would grow taller and taller. As for Zhou Tong's mastery of the Tao of Fire, it was slowly growing stronger and stronger. As this process progressed, Zhou Tong began to feel a strange sensation in his mind. It was as though he would be able to train and master all types of flames, so long as he spent some time researching them. This was a very strange sensation. It must be understood that within the endless primordial chaos, there were countless types of flames. Every single type of flame had its own unique aspect, and they were all products of nature. Even world gods and even more powerful Tao lords would have to search through the primordial chaos for a certain type of flame. But in this instant, Zhou Tong suddenly felt as though there were no more mysteries to the flames of the universe. It was as though he had already comprehended all of the mysteries of the flames of this world. No, this sensation is probably just a misconception. Given my current level of insight, I haven't completely comprehended all of the mysteries of the flames of the universe. The flames I have comprehended are at most at the level of world-level flames. I'm still far from being able to truly comprehend all of the flames of the primordial chaos. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. This sensation was just an involuntary feeling that he had after making his breakthrough. Right now, I'm only at the Zushin level, but I'm already able to control all of the flames of the world level. Once I reach the world level, I'll be able to control all of the flames of the Tao Lord level. Once I become a Tao Lord, the power of my flames will be unimaginable. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If I continue on my path of mastery over all flames, I'll definitely be able to reach the ultimate Tao of fire. Zhou Tong mused to himself. In this moment, he was filled with unprecedented confidence. He was confident that he would definitely be able to gain insights into the ultimate Tao of fire in this world. However, since I've already reached this level of insight, I might as well make my breakthrough. Zhou Tong was intrigued. He immediately decided to make his breakthrough. Instantly, rumble. Heaven and earth trembled as chaos energy surged forth. The countless cultivators of the Badlands Everworld seemed to sense something, and they all turned to look in the direction of Zhou Tong's breakthrough. Someone has broken through to the world level? Is it a world god or a chaos immortal? How can such a terrifying sight be happening? This chaos energy is more than 10 times greater than what I had when I was alive. Can it be that a supremely monstrous genius like Zhu Shan is breaking through? How terrifying! Such an overwhelming amount of chaos energy. He probably has the power of Samsara Tao Lord right after breaking through. Many major powers seem to sense something, and they all turn to look in Zhou Tong's direction. The disturbance caused by Zhou Tong's breakthrough was simply too great. Even outside the Badlands Everworld, a massive chaos vortex had appeared, covering a large area. In fact, many of the cultivators who were heading to the Badlands Everworld couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at the sight of it. After having created 1,000 clones, each of Zhou Tong's breakthroughs was terrifyingly powerful. Now that he had broken through to become a world-level cultivator, the chaos vortex he had created was larger than several chaos worlds combined. What a terrifying chaos vortex! Is it the work of some of the major powers of the Badlands Everworld? Many people who were visiting the Badlands Everworld for the first time stared at the chaos vortex in astonishment. Chapter 1302. Within the Immortal Estate. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the main hall as endless chaos energy surged into his body. Rumble. The golden pill within him had been larger than a chaos world. But on this day, the golden pill's dimension had been destroyed and returned to chaos. The most important step in advancing from Zhu Xian to Chaos Immortal was to destroy the golden pill's dimension and return it to chaos. What had once been a world in the golden pill's dimension had been reduced to a vast expanse of chaos. Fire Seed. With a thought from Zhou Tong, a fire seed formed from the 5th level of the power of fire appeared out of thin air within the golden pill's dimension. This seed was originally in a state of nothingness and could not be seen by the naked eye. But now, it had appeared in the chaotic space of the Jindan. Clearly, this chaotic space had grown up with the fire elemental Tao as its core. 6th level of the power of fire. World of Fire. Zhou Tong's voice echoed throughout the golden pill's dimension. Rumble. In an instant, the seed surrounded by flames began to grow. A young leaf emerged from the seed, and then the seed began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small sapling. The sapling continued to grow, and its terrifying roots frantically extended in all directions. All of Zhou Tong's comprehension of the fire elemental Tao had turned into nourishment and was transported into this seed. His fire tree also grew rapidly along with these nourishment. 30 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters. Zhou Tong's insights into the Tao of fire were astonishing, and he had even begun to walk the path of the ultimate Tao of fire. As a result, his tree of fire grew at an astonishing rate and grew increasingly powerful. This tree of fire was the Tao tree. The Tao tree was the foundation of the Golden Pill's chaos dimension. It was the Tao tree that allowed the Golden Pill's chaos dimension to continue to expand. At the same time, it represented a cultivator's insights into the Tao. Zhou Tong walked the fire elemental Tao, so his Tao tree represented the fire Tao tree. Of course, the Golden Pill of a chaos immortal wasn't limited to just one tree, but many. Unfortunately, Zhou Tong's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so the Golden Pill only contained a single tree of the Tao of fire. The height of the Tao tree also represented the level of the cultivator's corresponding great Tao. Ordinary cultivators would generally have Tao trees that were hundreds of meters tall when they first became world-level cultivators. After stabilizing their foundation for a bit, they would be able to reach a height of 3,000 meters. A Tao tree that was 3,000 meters tall was equivalent to an ordinary world-level cultivator. 100,000 meters tall was equivalent to a supreme world-level cultivator. Above, that was a masterclass world-level cultivator at 360,000 meters tall. At the Chaos Immortal level, the limit for Tao trees was 360,000 meters. That was the limit for all Chaos Immortals. If you wanted to grow a Tao tree higher than that, you had to reach an even higher level, the Samsara downward level of power. At the same time, all world-level cultivators would have the same limit for the size of their Golden Pill. Even world-level cultivators like Zhou Tong, who had fused multiple clones together, would have the same limit for the size of their Golden Pill. The only difference was that Chaos Immortals like Zhou Tong had much purer Chaos Immortal energy. If a third-tier Golden Pill Chaos Immortal could be described as having Chaos Immortal energy akin to a wooden sword forged from ordinary wood, then a second-tier Golden Pill's Chaos Immortal energy was akin to a bronze sword forged from bronze, while first-tier Golden Pill's Chaos Immortal energy was akin to an iron sword that had been tempered 1,000 times over. As for Zhou Tong, he was a Chaos Immortal who had fused multiple clones together. His Chaos Immortal energy was comparable to his Samsara Dailord's immortal energy. Rumble. Within the Chaos region of the Golden Pill, Zhou Tong's Tao tree was still growing. It was growing thicker and thicker, and it was growing ever more towering. A large number of branches and leaves were growing out of it, representing the different types of flames that Zhou Tong had mastered. Some of them were flames which Zhou Tong had personally come up with. Some were flames which he had acquired from purchasing secret arts, and some were unique flames which he had discovered within the primordial chaos. The leafy, lush fire Tao tree continued to grow. 50,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 15,000 meters. The Tao tree seemed to be growing at an unfathomable rate. The Tao tree, which contained all of Zhou Tong's insights into the Tao of fire, finally came to a halt after reaching a height of 360,000 meters. Its branches and leaves began to spread out in every direction. One of the two thickest branches of the Tao tree represented Zhou Tong's most primordial essence, the Nirvanic Phoenix fire of Nirvanic Phoenix. This was the flame of life. As for the other branch, it represented the other side of the Nirvanic Phoenix fire of annihilation. Life and annihilation. These were the truly terrifying powers of the Phoenix. They were also the two types of flames which Zhou Tong had the deepest understanding of. Not only was the Phoenix the immortal bird with the strongest life force, but it was also capable of giving birth to the power of annihilation when its life force reached the pinnacle. Just like yin and yang, Extreme yang gave birth to yin, and extreme yin gave birth to yang. The end of life was annihilation, and the end of annihilation was rebirth. Perfection at 360,000 meters? As expected, this is the correct ultimate path. Perfection as soon as I break through. Zhou Tong nodded to himself, feeling rather pleased with himself. He had wandered the primordial chaos for several hundred years, and then spent another 100 years organizing countless secret arts, doing his best to make up for his flaws. Now, he could finally be considered to have reached perfection. Rumble. After the Tao tree finished growing, the chaos region within Zhou Tong's golden pill began to continuously absorb chaos energy from the outside world to expand. An enormous amount of chaos energy entered the golden pill's chaos region, causing the golden pill to become a region of chaos. The 360,000-meter Tao tree suppressed the entire chaos region, while an enormous amount of chaos immortal energy was rapidly being generated. Awesome! The golden pill has become a chaos region. My soul is being nourished by chaos immortal energy, and it's growing once more. Zhou Tong closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. A hint of joy appeared on his face. I've already broken through as a key refiner. Next up is the Fiend God Body refiner level. With but a thought, Zhou Tong burrowed into the world within the deepest parts of his immortal estate. The truly powerful immortal abodes all contain a world within them. For example, Zhou Tong's former star-seizing manor contained a major world that was comparable to the Grand Xia. As for the immortal estate in Zhou Tong's hands, it had been transformed from an immortal estate he had acquired while wandering the primordial chaos. Within it was a major world that was comparable to a chaos world. Zhou Tong needed to enter a world like this to break through as a Fiend God Body refiner. This was because his divine body was simply far, far too large. Most immortal estates wouldn't be able to contain it. Rumble. The roiling chaos energy paused for a moment, then grew even more powerful. Zhou Tong was still at the Fiend God Body refiner level. After entering the chaos world within the immortal estate, he immediately transformed into his true form. An enormous phoenix with a wingspan of 100,000 kilometers began to burn in the air. The annihilation flame destroyed his old body, and then the life flame reformed his life force. The chaos energy surged forth, constantly pouring into Zhou Tong's brand new divine body. One divine gem after another began to appear in every part of his divine body. The key refiner level was reflected in the Tao tree, while the Fiend God Body refiner level was reflected in the divine gems. The limit of a key refiner's Tao tree was 360,000 meters, while the limit of a Fiend God Body refiner's Tao tree was 36,000 divine gems, which corresponded perfectly with the key refiner level. The appearance of every single divine gem required an enormous amount of insights into the Tao of fire. As the boundless chaos energy poured into his body, in the end, Zhou Tong's body formed 36,000 divine gems. He had broken through. For someone like Zhou Tong, who had 1,000 clones fused together to break through, every single divine gem of his contained an extremely pure amount of divine power. A single divine gem was comparable to 1,000 divine gems of otherworld gods combined. Chapter 1303. Rumble. The primordial chaos energy continued to surge forth. It seemed to be growing larger and larger. Zhou Tong took advantage of the primordial chaos energy pouring into his body during his breakthrough to immediately activate his azure flower space. He began to condense his heart force, chaos immortal power, and divine power into a brand new azure flower mist and even water droplets. The cultivators of the Badlands Everworld were all stunned by this sight. This sort of breakthrough was something that only occurred once in a trillion years. But now, there was even more of a breakthrough happening. In fact, many people began to wonder if this was truly a chaos immortal or a world god. Zhou Tong's breakthrough had attracted the attention of many of the Samsara Dao Lords of the Badlands Everworld. I didn't expect him to still be absorbing primordial chaos energy. Given the amount of primordial chaos energy he's absorbing, not even most Tao Lords of the first step have a foundation as strong as his. The azure-robed Tao Lord Badlands revealed a hint of amazement in his eyes. Husband, would you like to meet that kid? Bring him into our Badlands court and give him a good training? A beautiful woman by Tao Lord Badlands side smiled as she looked at her husband. Given the foundation he's shown so far, once he's properly trained, our Badlands court will probably produce yet another powerful general in the future. Tao Lord Badlands was silent for a moment, then shook his head. There's no way he'll join our Badlands court. I just did some numeracy. Although I wasn't able to figure out the reason, he has another organization standing behind him that is every bit as strong as our Badlands court. Thus, there's no way he'll join our court. Another organization? The beautiful woman was startled. Can it be that another organization has ill intentions towards our Badlands territory? Tao Lord Badlands shook his head. Don't worry. My numeracy didn't detect any danger. This kid is probably just passing by. He doesn't really have any ill intentions towards us. That's good. The beautiful woman was relieved and didn't say anything else. Now that I've reached the world level, I've formed 720 azure flower water droplets in my body. Given how terrifyingly strong I am, most likely not even most Tao Lords of the first step are a match for me. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. Next, I should work hard and build up a foundation for my future samsara Tao Lord breakthrough. It's going to be hard to accumulate enough power to break through to become a samsara Tao Lord. These things aren't something you can just casually buy in the outside world. Even if you can buy it, the price will be heaven-defying. Zhou Tong understood. Once a cultivator reached the level of masterclass world god, it meant that they had reached the apex of their insights into the Tao. At this time, if a cultivator wanted to improve, they had to find their own path and create their own path out of nothing. Once they found their own path, they would be able to break through to the Tao Lord level. Tao Lord were also referred to as samsara Tao Lords. Upon reaching this level of cultivation, each step one took meant that one would walk the line between life and death. Each time one advanced, one would have to create an even more profound Tao. However, if the Tao they comprehended was the wrong Tao, then there was only one way to break through death. However, Zhou Tong understood that the essence of any path in this world was to comprehend the Tao of the chaos origin. Many of the so-called self-created Taos were actually the combination of Taos from different origins. For example, the Tao of Fire. When a cultivator who focused on the Tao of Fire became a masterclass world god, they would essentially have gained a superficial understanding of the prime essence of fire located deep within the Chaos Verse. If one wanted to break through to become a Tao Lord, there were only two paths. The first was to delve deeper into the Tao of Fire and gain insights into the deeper levels of the prime essence of fire. The second was to forge a new path and research other Taos, such as the Tao of the Sword or the Tao of the Wind, then infuse those Taos into the Tao of Fire. Of course, these two paths were actually called wrong and share the same path. Once one reached a certain level of mastery in the Tao of Fire, all Taos would share similarities. Researching other Taos and infusing them into one's own fundamental Tao was an even more profound process. The key was whether or not one was able to gain insights into the most fundamental of Taos. If I want to gain insights into the Omega Tao of Fire, I have to do my best to gain insights into every single aspect of the Tao of Fire. Aside from spending an enormous amount of time to gain insights, I also have to build up a solid foundation. Zhou Tong's eyes were deep and profound. He had long ago decided on where he was going to go, the All-God Estate. Time to leave the Badlands Everworld. Zhou Tong rose to his feet and immediately headed towards the teleportation array leading to the Badlands Everworld, preparing to leave. He boarded the teleportation array and left the Badlands Everworld. After flying through the primordial chaos for a period of time, he finally arrived at his destination, the All-God Chaos World. The All-God Chaos World was primarily an oceanic world that had two continents above it. One of the continents was where the living beings of this chaos world lived, while the other was where the all-god estate was located. Zhou Tong entered the all-god chaos world and stood there in the skies, staring down at the entire chaos world. The most eye-catching of all was an enormous, illusory estate. Just looking at it caused Zhou Tong to feel a hint of pressure. So that's the all-god estate which Downlord All-God left behind. He truly lives up to his reputation as one of the most monstrously powerful Downlords of all time. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The feeling this estate gave him wasn't the slightest bit inferior to that of the Waveshift Citadel. One of the Daos which Downlord All-God was most skilled in was the Dao of Fire. Zhou Tong stared at the estate as he mused to himself. Downlord All-God was one of the most monstrously talented Downlords of all time. He was more than 1,000 times more powerful than most Verge-level Downlords, and not even most Eternal Emperors were a match for him. Downlord All-God was most famous for his pursuit of an Eternal Emperor for multiple chaos cycles after he failed his downmerge. Downlord All-God was skilled in far too many things. Alchemy, artificing, formations, he was skilled in all of them. He also dabbled in all sorts of grand Daos, which was why he gave himself the title of All-God. Of course, he dabbled in many things, but there were some things which he was most skilled in. For example, the Tao of Artificing and the Tao of Alchemy were both world famous. Artificing and alchemy were both extremely important, and that was the control of fire. Thus, one could imagine that Downlord All-God was most skilled in the Tao of Fire. This was why Zhou Tong had chosen the All-God estate as his first stop to build up his foundation. In the original works, Ji Ning had benefited tremendously from this place, and this was only because Downlord All-God wasn't skilled in the Tao of the Sword. In terms of opportunities for cultivating the Tao of Fire, this place was definitely the #1 place in the entire Badlands territory. Chapter 1304. The All-God Estate is the most suitable ruin for me. Time to go in. Zhou Tong charged towards the All-God Estate. Space twisted, and Zhou Tong disappeared into thin air. Space-time twisted, and Zhou Tong reappeared in midair. In front of him was a series of lush, verdant mountains that rose and fell in a seemingly endless chain. It was almost as though a coiled dragon was lying in wait here. This was the outermost region of the All-God Estate, the 10,000 mountains. At the very end of the mountains, one could vaguely see countless clouds of mist. Even further away, one could see a dazzling, towering estate. The All-God Estate had a total of 3 layers. The outermost layer was the 10,000 mountains, the middle layer was the Fog Sea, and the innermost and most central layer was the estate known as the All-God Estate. The outermost layer of the All-God Estate is the 10,000 mountains. Each mountain contains a treasure. Downlord All-God is quite generous. Zhou Tong quickly focused his attention on the 10,000 mountains. The 10,000 mountains. There were exactly 10,000 mountains, no more, no less. After Downlord All-God had failed his downmerge, his true soul had dissipated. He had roamed the endless territories, slaying countless sinful cultivators. He had hoped that by slaying sinful cultivators, he would be able to acquire tremendous karmic luck and thus prolong the period of time that his true soul would dissipate. He had slain more than 10,000 world-level cultivators, and he had buried the 10,000 most powerful corpses here. Every single mountain contained a world-level treasure trove. Downlord All-God had purposely left these treasures behind for his descendants. Zhou Tong quickly flew to the top of a nearby mountain, then immediately began to advance on foot. Based on what Zhou Tong had learned from the Badlands Everworld, it was best to take one step at a time in the 10,000 mountains. If he flew into the skies, he would probably suffer some attacks. As he walked, Zhou Tong spread out his heart force and divine sense like ripples of water, scouring the area and searching for treasures. He traversed one mountain after another, encountering countless elder gods and ancestral immortals along the way. However, upon seeing Zhou Tong, they all distanced themselves from him. When exploring ruins and searching for treasures, they were still wary of encountering cultivators with higher cultivation bases than themselves. Dowlord Allgod perished countless years ago. I wonder how many of the 10,000 treasures here have been taken away. Zhou felt rather resigned. Although there were treasures in the 10,000 mountains, they were not easy to find. Generally speaking, only when one saw a half-open treasure door could one be considered to have seen a treasure. However, this was only the location of a treasure trove. It was hard to say whether or not there was a treasure trove. This was because once the treasure was taken away, the treasure space would collapse. Naturally, the treasure door would no longer exist. During this period, Zhou also saw several treasure vaults. It was just that it was a pity that the treasures inside had already been taken away by someone. Just as Zhou stepped over the 3,000 mountains, he finally found a half-open door. As he approached the door, Zhou sized it up for a while before quickly stepping inside. Rumble! After Zhou entered, the half-open door closed with a loud bang. He continued forward until he reached the end of the corridor. Soon, he saw a vast space that occupied more than 5 kilometers. This space was also shrouded in a misty halo. I finally found a treasure space that hasn't collapsed. Zhou face lit up with joy. He quickly stepped through the misty halo and entered the treasure space. After entering, the first thing that entered his eyes was a translucent stone coffin. Through the coffin, he could vaguely see a strange corpse. Above the coffin was a ball of light. Clearly, the treasure was inside the ball of light. The 10,000 treasures in the 10,000 mountains were all different. Some were Tao weapons, some were eternal weapons, some were forbidden arts, divine abilities, or some special inheritances. It was all-encompassing, and anything was possible. According to the rules, the trials for world-level cultivators should be far more difficult than those for Zhu Shun and Zhu Xian. I wonder what sort of trials I'll face after entering. Zhou entered, a hint of curiosity and eagerness in his heart. 10 layers of barriers. After entering, Zhou immediately saw that the ball of light was protected by layers of barriers of light. There were a total of 10 layers of barriers of light, each of which was covered with flowing violet divine runes that faintly emanated the aura of thunder. There's an extra layer of barriers here, compared to Zhu Shun and Zhu Xian. This extra layer should be something that only Tao Lords can break through. Or perhaps it requires some special insights. Zhou stared at the 10 barriers as he mused to himself. In the original work, Ji Ning had encountered 9 layers of barriers. The 9th layer represented the insights of a masterclass world god, while the 10th layer would definitely be even more powerful. If one surpassed a masterclass world god, wouldn't that mean one had to be a Tao Lord? Pass through all 10 layers of barriers, and you'll be able to acquire the treasures. A voice rang out by Zhou ears. These are barriers of the Tao of lightning. If they were barriers of the Tao of fire, I might have a chance. But given my current insights into the Tao of lightning, there's no way I'll be able to break through them. Zhou sighed slightly to himself. Still, he wanted to test out his insights into the Tao of lightning and see how many barriers he could break through. Zhou stretched out his hand, pressing it against the first barrier of light. As he poured his chaos immortal energy into it, he slowly began to understand the mysteries of this barrier. He pressed down with just a bit of force, causing the barrier to instantly shatter, leaving behind only the final 9 barriers. Zhou continued to break through the second barrier. The second barrier was clearly much more difficult, but it still wasn't too difficult for Zhou to break through. He continued to break through the barriers, finally coming to a halt at the 9th barrier. The first 8 barriers are my current limit. Only a cultivator who has reached the world level in the Tao of lightning will be able to break through the 9th barrier. Zhou shook his head. Once Zhou gave up, the barriers which had been broken through earlier began to reappear once more. If ordinary methods are useless, then I'll have to break through with raw power. Zhou couldn't be bothered to waste any more time on probing. He immediately activated his divine power. Rumble. A dazzling explosion of fiery light. Zhou had already struck out with his fist. His fist smashed heavily against the 10 barriers, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out. Amidst the dazzling explosion of fiery light, the first 9 barriers were instantly shattered. And then, his fist slammed against the 10th barrier. The 10th layer of restrictions rippled like water, stably resisting Zhou Tong's strike. However, dazzling light flashed once more. Zhou Tong's fist was able to unleash a second burst of power, building upon the foundation of the first burst. This time, the power of this second burst was absolutely apocalyptic. Crunch! A clear, crisp sound rang out. The 10 barriers which were capable of stopping even Tao Lords were shattered by Zhou Tong's second burst of power. At this moment, all that remained in front of Zhou Tong was the globe of light which contained the treasures. In other words, it was the last of the treasures in this treasure trove. Chapter 1305. I've acquired the first treasure of the 10,000 mountains. Zhou Tong reached out with his hand, but there was nothing within the sphere of light. However, this was within his expectations. All of the so-called treasures were actually under the control of the formation spirit of the 10,000 mountains. After breaking through the formation spirit would be in charge of whatever treasures one could acquire. Soon, a streak of light appeared, then coalesced into a white-robed elder. The white-robed elder looked at Zhou Tong, then smiled. Can you tell me your name? Tribulation Flame. Zhou Tong gave this name, as he always did. I am the formation spirit of the 10,000 mountains. My name is 10,000 Mountains. It seems you aren't surprised by my appearance at all. The white-robed elder laughed. Although it's rare for formations to gain sentience, given Daolord Algod's power, it's within my expectations that he would be able to create one. As Zhou Tong spoke, he secretly praised Daolord Algod's status. Indeed, a look of pride appeared on the white-robed elder's face. Master's attainments in the Tao of formations are as high as a mountain. In the endless primordial chaos, aside from a few eternal emperors, there are very few who can compare to Master. I imagine that you've already experienced Master's grandeur after breaking through the formation. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, not bothering to argue. The white-robed elder looked at Zhou Tong, then continued. The 10,000 treasures of the 10,000 mountains are actually all empty. So long as you pass the trial, I'll be in charge of what you acquire in the end. The test you passed was originally a secret art of the Tao of lightning, said Qin Wentian with a smile. As he spoke, he produced a jade slip. However, if anyone below Zhu Shun is able to break through the formation by raw power and reach the power of a masterclass world god or a world-level Daolord of the first step, they will be qualified to acquire the treasures. But of course, you only have one chance. Only by breaking through the formation by raw power will you be able to acquire the treasures. In the future, if you encounter any more treasures, you'll have to acquire them through normal means. Good karma? Do you need me to do anything? Although Zhou Tong knew, he couldn't explain the source of the information, so he asked. A fierce light flashed through the formation spirit's eyes. He said, My master has an enemy. It's that eternal emperor he's pursued for countless years, Emperor Malobo. In the future, as long as you have the ability, you can kill this person. Of course, it's only a verbal agreement between us. You don't need to make an oath. Zhou Tong nodded, indicating that he understood. If an oath was made, it would not be considered good karma, but an exchange of benefits. It might even have a hint of coercion. Only this kind of non-coercive verbal agreement could be considered good karma. The array spirit then said, Is there anything you want? You can choose any one of the treasures I have here. Of course, there's only one. I need a secret divine ability related to the fire elemental Tao or an eternal divine weapon. It would be best if there is an eternal divine weapon. Zhou Tong looked at the formation spirit. Mystical abilities and secret arts were easy to explain, but Zhou Tong needed a solid foundation. An eternal divine weapon was even better. This was because an eternal divine weapon's quintessence contained some of the cultivation insights of that eternal emperor. This kind of insight might not be as direct as a divine ability or secret art, But if one studied it carefully, one's gains would not be inferior to a divine ability or secret art. The Fire Elemental Tao. My master is most skilled in the Fire Elemental Tao. You are not bad to have cultivated the Fire Elemental Tao to such a level. The Array Spirit nodded. My master did leave an eternal divine weapon here. As he spoke, he took out a scarlet furnace. There were 9 sun-like patterns on the furnace. This is the cauldron my master used to refine artifacts, the 9-fire divine furnace. My master's good friend, Emperor Kuan Yun, carefully refined it and gave it to my master to use. The Array Spirit continued. This 9-fire divine furnace was refined by Emperor Kuan Yun from the 9 most terrifying Tao fires in the endless chaos, as well as various extremely precious materials. The most precious and powerful part of this 9-fire divine furnace is that it can perfectly fuse these 9 extremely precious Tao fires into one. Not even most eternal emperors would dare to block the fused Tao fires. But of course, in your hands, there's no way this 9-fire divine furnace would be able to unleash such marvelous power. Now it's yours. The Array Spirit handed the furnace over to Zhou Tong, then tossed a jade slip to Zhou Tong. I'll give you the original treasures here as well. All right, I've given it to you. I hope you'll be able to reach a certain level of power. At the very least, you have to reach Tao Lord Badland's level of power. The Array Spirit waved his hand. This treasure trove is about to collapse. Hurry up and leave. After speaking, the Array Spirit quickly vanished. After Zhou Tong left, the entire treasure trove began to collapse with a series of rumbling sounds. Moments later, the gate to the treasure trove disappeared as well. I never would have thought that I'd be able to acquire the eternal weapon which Tao Lord All-God used in the past. After leaving the mountain, Zhou Tong quickly entered his immortal estate. He quickly took out what he gained this time. The first was the secret art of the Tao of Lightning. Zhou Tong spent a bit of time meditating on it before quickly comprehending it. This secret art wasn't very useful to Zhou Tong. Even the secret arts he created himself were far more powerful than this secret art of lightning. The most important thing is still this 9-fire divine furnace. Zhou Tong's divine sense quickly permeated this eternal weapon. Instantly, a scorching hot sensation surged into his heart. Zhou Tong found this somewhat inconceivable. At his current level of mastery in the Tao of Fire, even ordinary Tao fires were no longer able to harm him. But now, when he faced the flames within the 9-fire divine furnace, he felt as though he was being set ablaze. This eternal weapon's power was truly inconceivable. As expected of an eternal weapon which an eternal emperor's good friend personally forged for Tao Lord All-God, Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. This eternal weapon was naturally incomparable to ordinary eternal weapons. However, this Tao of Fire fusion is somewhat similar to the Tao path I've taken. In some aspects, it's even more profound than mine. But in terms of the overall concept, it's far inferior to my Tao. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in front of the 9-fire divine furnace. While refining it with his divine sense, he also comprehended the concept of fire within the 9-fire divine furnace's origin. The more he comprehended, the more Zhou Tong understood his future direction. If I'm not wrong, there are 2 ways to reach the ultimate Tao of eternal fire. The first is the method I used before. By controlling different flames, I can smoothly reach the eternal fire elemental Tao. Zhou Tong gradually came to a realization. If one could control all the flames in the world, they would naturally reach the eternal ultimate Tao of fire. But there are so many types of flames. Fusing with 10,000 Taos would result in 10,000 different flames. And after fusing with different flames, they would become brand new flames. This path was destined to be a path with no end. The second path was to use a specific method to control the flames. This path should be divided into several different paths, such as the Tao of Fire manipulation, the Tao of Fire fusion, and many others. For example, once the Tao of Fire fusion reached the pinnacle, one would be able to fuse with any flame in the world. There would be no need for specific flames at all. In fact, one would be able to create flames that had never been seen before at any time. As for the Tao of fire manipulation, it required one to have absolute control over flames. Even flames that one had never come into contact with before could be completely controlled in an instant. In fact, one could even change the shape and nature of the flames. For example, one could make the flames as gentle as water or as pervasive as the wind. Zhou Tong hadn't completely used the first path to make his breakthrough. Instead, he had combined the second path with it. Chapter 1306. After entering secluded meditation to bind the 9 flames divine furnace, Zhou Tong was able to vaguely discern his path forward. Soon, he emerged from the immortal estate and continued to advance. The 10,000 mountains were a mountain range that was filled with mountains and peaks. Zhou Tong explored this place by himself. During this period of time, he had discovered 3 treasure troves. However, since he couldn't use raw power to break through the barriers, he was only able to break through the barriers of the Tao of pure yang and the Tao of destruction. He was able to acquire 2 legacies that would allow him to reach the world level, but he was unable to break through the barriers of the Tao of water. By the time Zhou Tong passed through the final mountain, the area up ahead was filled with mist, making it extremely difficult to see. Even Zhou Tong, with his incredible eyesight, was only able to see 1,000 kilometers or so in this region of mist. It must be understood that birds had incredible eyesight, especially phoenixes like Zhou Tong. If even he could only see 1,000 kilometers, other world gods would probably only be able to see 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers was a distance that was negligible even for someone like Zhu Shun, to say nothing of a world-level cultivator. This was the central region of the All-God Estate, the Fog Sea. The Fog Sea of the All-God Estate. The treasures here are clearly on a much higher level than the treasures in the 10,000 mountains. Zhou Tong reviewed the information he had acquired from Wave Shift City. The treasures within the 10,000 mountains were extremely important to cultivators below the world level. Any random treasure they found within the 10,000 mountains could be used as a trump card. To world-level cultivators, however, aside from a few fairly monstrous treasures, the rest of the treasures were rather weak. Of the 4 treasures Zhou Tong had acquired in the 10,000 mountains, only the 9 Flames Divine Furnace was of great use to world-level cultivators. The other divine abilities and secret arts were far inferior and could only be used to broaden one's horizons. However, the treasures within the 10,000 mountains were truly extraordinary. The treasures here were of tremendous use to world-level cultivators. In fact, they could allow world-level cultivators to build up a powerful foundation that would allow them to deal with future Samsara Tao Lords. The most famous thing about the Fog Sea was that it was hard to tell directions. Even a world god would be unable to tell which direction they were going after just a few rounds within the Fog Sea. Even the All-God Estate, which had always been like a lighthouse, was now a blur in the sea of fog. But of course, none of this was fatal. Generally speaking, world-level cultivators would only need to wander about aimlessly for a period of time before eventually emerging from the Fog Sea. However, walking out of the sea of fog also meant that he had no fate with the treasure. If one truly wanted to obtain the core treasure, one would have to have the courage of knowing that there are tigers in a mountain, but still going to the tiger's mountain. The main reason why it's so hard to tell directions in the Fog Sea is because this place is simply too dangerous. Countless world-level cultivators are trying to avoid danger, which is why they are running around like headless flies. If you walk in a straight line, however, you'll be able to destroy everything in your path. This so-called hard-to-tell directions is nothing more than a joke. Zhou Tong resolutely entered the Fog Sea. He walked in a straight line in the sea of fog alone. After walking for tens of thousands of miles, he finally saw a lake that was as tranquil as a mirror. This lake was jade green in color, and it was so quiet that not a single ripple could be seen. Generally speaking, when world gods saw a lake like this, their first reaction would be to avoid it. However, Zhou Tong didn't feel any fear at all. He walked on the surface of the water, continuing to walk in a straight line. After walking for tens of thousands of kilometers, suddenly, Zhou face tightened slightly. His entire body exploded with fiery light, and he moved like an illusion as he instantly flew into the air. This explosion of power was so fast that Zhou appeared off in the distance. Only then did the fiery light on his body explode. This instantaneous burst of power caused his speed to almost double the limit of the heavenly Tao. As soon as his fiery light appeared, an enormous, savage-looking maw appeared from beneath the lake. It bit down towards the position Zhou had just been in. Zhou swept the area with his gaze. What had appeared in the water was a jade-green monster that seemed to merge perfectly with the jade-green waters of the lake. It had the mouth of a shark, but also had 3 sharp horns on its head. "You're courting death," Zhou shouted softly. His entire body dropped down instantly. The speed of his descent was so fast that it wasn't any slower than the speed of his previous explosion of power. His foot landed heavily on the monster's head like an axe. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhou foot landed on the monster's head. An extremely terrifying power erupted like a volcanic eruption. Together with the divine power of fire, an astonishing power was injected into the monster's body. Roar! The monster only let out a terrifying roar before it floated on the surface of the water with its charred body. Its body had been completely roasted by Zhou attack. Its body and divine soul had been baptized by the flames, and its soul had been destroyed. This monster barely has the strength of a perfected world god, Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, a ball of light suddenly emerged from the charred monster's body. With a thought, Zhou immediately kept the ball of light in his palm. Crunch! The ball of light dissipated, and soon a painting appeared in Zhou hands. This painting... Zhou stared at the painting, his eyes shining brightly. This was a painting of 100 rivers converging into the sea. Every single river and mountain contained a unique Tao concept within it. This was a Tao which far surpassed that of a world-level cultivator. This was a Tao which had been left behind by at least a Tao Lord. A long time later, Zhou eyes dimmed. He shook his head. Unfortunately, this is the Tao of water. It is the exact opposite of my own Tao. However, if every single danger zone has a treasure like this, I'll eventually encounter something which will benefit me greatly. He casually put away the painting, then continued to advance. Aside from the monsters which were everywhere, there were also many bug beasts within the Fog Sea. These bug beasts had all been nurtured by Tao Lord All God when he was alive. In fact, after his death, many of the traps which he had set up during his life were still in operation, and they were still nurturing all sorts of bug beasts. These bug beasts were the most dangerous creatures within the Fog Sea. But of course, aside from the bug beasts, there were many other dangerous creatures within the Fog Sea as well, such as the other world-level cultivators who had come here to search for treasures. These cultivators were one of the dangers of the Fog Sea. However, in the face of absolute power, all dangers were nothing more than jokes. Zhou continued to advance, slaying all who stood in his way. Nothing within the Fog Sea was a match for him. During this period of time, he passed through large lakes, swamps, palaces, stone forests, and many other dangerous places. He continued to advance in a straight line, acquiring many treasures, divine abilities, and secret arts which strengthened his foundation. 3 years after he entered the Fog Sea, he finally walked out of this region and arrived at the true core of the ruins, the All-God Estate. Chapter 1307. The most central part of the All-God Estate. Whoosh, whoosh. The towering, majestic castrum divinitas glowed with dazzling light. It had stood there quietly for countless years, emanating endless amounts of light. Although the ruins took up half of the chaos world, this castrum divinitas was so large that even the very edges of the ruins could be seen clearly. This was the most enormous castrum divinitas in the entire chaos world. This place was a forbidden zone for samsara Tao Lords, and only world-level cultivators and below were permitted to enter. In front of the towering Castrum Divinitas was an enormous plaza, and in front of the plaza were 108,000 steps of stairs. Ta-ta-ta-ta! A series of calm footsteps could be heard as Zhou Tong quietly walked up the stairs by himself. Over the course of countless years, very few people had been able to enter this Castrum Divinitas. Thus, Zhou Tong appeared to be quite lonely here. To mortals, the 108,000 steps were like a stairway leading to the heavens. To cultivators, however, they were nothing at all. Zhou Tong easily ascended the stairs and arrived at the plaza in front of the Castrum Divinitas. Drip! As soon as Zhou Tong stepped into the plaza, a series of flaming droplets of liquid suddenly appeared. The droplets of liquid quickly coalesced into a flaming figure. The flames then faded away, revealing a bald man. This man was completely humanoid. The only difference was that he had a third eye in the center of his forehead, an eye that glowed with golden light. This was the Gold-Eye Golem, the guardian of the All-God estate. The Gold-Eye Golem was Downlord Algod's greatest achievement in the Tao of Constructs. Downlord Algod was extremely skilled in artificing, and so he was naturally skilled in creating golems as well. The Gold-Eye Golem was one of the most powerful types of golems he had ever created. It was comparable to Verge-level Samsara Downlords in power. In fact, this golem could borrow the power of the All-God Estate's formations to slay a true Verge-level Downlord. But of course, this Gold-Eye Golem was nothing more than a tool which Downlord All-God had left behind. No one could bind it, and it would forever stand guard over this Castrum Divinitas. It was the guardian general of the core region of the Castrum Divinitas. It has been a long time since a cultivator was able to make it here. The golden-eyed puppet stared at Zhou Tong. You were able to pass through countless dangers and arrive at this place. Moreover, you were the cultivator who took the shortest amount of time and suffered the least amount of damage. You are quite good. Tell me, your name and where you came from. My name and where I came from? Zhou Tong was a little surprised in his heart. This puppet actually asked about this kind of thing? Downlord, 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 Downlord. Downlord All-God had made many enemies during his lifetime. If an ordinary cultivator had entered this place, he wouldn't have been too worried. However, Zhou Tong's performance was simply too dazzling. Downlord All-God, All-God. Gold-eyed Daleroff, Downlord of Doff, of All-God, of Downlord of Downlord, Downlord. Downlord, Downlords of it, Downlords Ning, Downlords of Daylord All-God, was a member of the Tao Alliance, and both Vast Heaven Palace and the Badlands Court were part of the Tao Alliance as well. Thus, in a way, Zhou Tong could be considered one of them. The Gold-Eye Golem looked at Zhou Tong. What do you want? I don't even know what's here. If I wish to inherit Downlord Algod's legacy, will that be granted? Zhou Tong asked. The Gold-Eye Golem shook its head. That's impossible. Master knew far too many things in the past, and every single one of his legacies was absolutely astounding. This place only contains a portion of his legacy. If you wish, you can only choose a portion of it. As it spoke, the Gold-Eye Golem handed a list to Zhou Tong. There were more than 100 treasures and legacies listed on it. Zhou Tong's standards were quite high, and so he only stared at the top 10 treasures and legacies. So the drop of divine blood of the Eternal in the original works was only ranked 6th? Zhou Tong was secretly surprised. There were actually 5 treasures that were even more valuable than the Eternal Blood. The Eternal Blood had been given to Downlord All-God when he had been chasing after Emperor Malobo of the Aeonians. Afterwards, Downlord All-God had cut off Emperor Malobo's flesh and blood and refined it into this drop of Eternal Blood. Even to Eternal Emperors, a single drop of Eternal Blood was equivalent to half of their life. If he were to sell it, he would at most be able to sell it for 10 million cubes of Chaos Nectar. However, even a treasure like this was only ranked 6th in the All-God estate. There were 5 even more astonishing legacies before it. He looked through them one by one. Soon, he understood why the first 5 treasures were so astonishing. The 5th treasure was an eternal weapon in the shape of a pagoda. This weapon was known as the Fiend Suppression Pagoda. Once someone was sucked into the pagoda, they would immediately be enslaved. The most powerful thing about this eternal weapon was that it was equivalent to acquiring an ocean's worth of subordinates. These subordinates would be completely loyal and would never betray their master. The fourth treasure was a legacy that Dalord All-God had created himself. It was his legacy in the art of formations. The third treasure was a lifeblood weapon in the shape of a gourd. A lifeblood weapon was nothing more than a rudimentary weapon that had been forged using a special method. The essence of this rudimentary weapon was the Tao of the weapon's owner. After a cultivator acquired a lifeblood weapon and refined it, the essence of the weapon would naturally become part of the cultivator's own Tao. Moreover, the most precious thing about a natal divine weapon was that it could grow. Lifeblood weapons could grow along with their owner's cultivation, and the Tao within them would grow as well. In fact, lifeblood weapons could even absorb precious materials to grow. The limits of a cultivator were the limits of a lifeblood weapon. In the primordial chaos, the vast majority of eternal emperors had lifeblood weapons as their weapons. The second treasure was a legacy that Dalord All-God had stumbled upon by chance. This was a complete legacy left behind by a freakishly talented Verge-level Tao Lord who focused on the Tao of lightning. In fact, this legacy even contained all of the insights and reasons why that Tao Lord had failed his Tao merge. This legacy was more than enough to allow any world-level cultivator to continue down this path. Along the way, they would be able to learn from that Tao Lord's failed Tao merge, allowing them to reach new heights that even Dalord All-God himself had never been able to reach. As for the first treasure, it was something that Dalord All-God had created himself. This was his most core legacy, the Tao of forging. This legacy of the Tao of forging, this is definitely the most terrifying legacy Dalord All-God has ever created. Zhou Tong stared intently at the first treasure. So that's how it is. So this is why Dalord All-God is so involved in so many different domains. As Zhou Tong stared at this legacy, he slowly began to understand why Dalord All-God had spent so much time and effort researching so many different domains. So the core Tao of Dalord All-God was a single word: forging. Artificing and alchemy were just a part of this Tao. The core of his Tao was forging. Through alchemy and artificing, he was able to forge yin and yang, fire and water, lightning, space-time. In fact, the 9 novescence arts which he was so proud of, which allowed him to fight against eternal emperors, were all derived from this Tao. Thus, for Dalord All-God, the more domains he was involved in, the more things he would be able to forge, and the brighter his Tao would be. This is a Tao with limitless potential, but also a Tao with no end in sight. That's why he failed his Tao merge. Just by looking at this brief introduction to the Tao of forging, Zhou Tong slowly began to understand the advantages and disadvantages of Dalord All-God's Tao. The advantage was that it had a limitless potential, allowing one to fuse any Tao into it. However, the downside was that it was a never-ending Tao. One would never be able to reach the end of this Tao unless one became an autarch. Chapter 1308. I want the legacy of the Tao of alchemy. Zhou Tong looked at the gold-eye golem. Are you certain? The gold-eye golem was rather solemn. This was his master's most important legacy. I'm certain. Zhou Tong nodded. The gold-eye golem nodded. You were able to make it here. If you wish to acquire other treasures, there will be trials as well, but they won't be too difficult. You definitely won't be in any life-threatening danger. However, the top 3 treasures and the 6th treasure, the eternal blood, these 4 treasures will be extremely difficult. If you aren't careful, you might perish. I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain? The gold-eye golem asked. I am certain. Zhou Tong nodded. Good. Then your trial will be the most difficult of all, the twin samsara heavens. The gold-eye golem nodded. The twin samsara heavens requires 10 world-level cultivators. You are by yourself. I will teleport 9 more world-level cultivators from the All-God estate to take part in the trial with you. Be careful. They will be your competitors and will have a chance to acquire the legacy of the Tao of alchemy. As the gold-eye golem spoke, he activated the restrictive spells of the All-God estate. Instantly, wong, space rippled continuously, and soon, One dazed figure after another appeared before Zhou Tong. 9 world-level experts appeared before Zhou Tong. 4 were world gods, 3 were chaos immortals, and 2 were both world gods and chaos immortals. What's going on? Why have I suddenly appeared here? Is this the core of the all-god estate? Why have I suddenly appeared here? This is the core of the all-god estate? Isn't it said that this place is extremely dangerous and that 9 out of 10 people will die here? Why have I suddenly appeared here? The faces of these world-level cultivators all turned pale as they stared in amazement at the enormous all-god estate. 9 new world-level cultivators. The gold-eyed golem stared at the 9 new arrivals, then said calmly, "I teleported you all here. You still don't know what's going on. Let me tell you, this teleportation is dangerous for you, but it is also an opportunity. Whether or not you can grasp it will depend on your own luck." As he spoke, the golden-eyed puppet pointed at Zhou Tong and said, "He has experienced countless dangers to reach this point. According to the rules set by Master when he was alive, he can ask me for a treasure. However, he has taken a liking to the most precious part of the all-god estate, the core legacy of our almighty Master, Tao Lord All-God, the Tao of Forging." The golden-eyed puppet continued, "However, the test of the inheritance can't be completed by one person, so I move the 9 of you here as well. The one who performs the best is likely to receive Master's core inheritance." What? The core legacy of Tao Lord All-God, the Tao of refinement. So this is Tao Lord All-God's core legacy. Who would have thought that there would be such an opportunity? Instantly, the other 9 world-level cultivators were all stunned. They never would have imagined that a meat pie would fall from the heavens and be swept up into a legacy like this. All of the world-level cultivators felt their hearts burn with eagerness. Within the plaza, the golden-eyed puppet waved his hand, causing an enormous black and white millstone that was 100 kilometers in circumference to appear. This is the Samsara millstone. The 10 of you will be randomly divided into 5 squads, each of whom will take turns to fight each other to the death. At the same time, other warriors will appear on the millstone to attack you. If one side is wiped out, the other side will emerge victorious. If both sides die, you can only blame your bad luck. In the end, the surviving cultivators will have a chance to receive Master's legacy. The golden-eyed puppet continued, "If you wish to acquire the legacy, you will have to go all out to kill. The more you kill, the more powerful you will be, and the more likely you will be to acquire the legacy. First of all, I'll make it clear that each of you cannot bring more than 9 Zhu Shun, ancestor, bug beasts, or golems with you. In addition, you are forbidden from bringing any other world-level cultivators with you. The first pair will be you and you." The golden-eyed puppet casually pointed at the 2 world gods present. The 2 world gods didn't dare to resist at all. They immediately flew onto the millstone. The millstone contained a dimension within it, and so from Zhou Tong's perspective, the 2 world gods who entered it immediately shrank down to the size of ants. Rumble. Soon, the millstone began to swivel, and the countless runes on the surface of the millstone began to glow with light. Moments later, the light began to condense into golden warriors, each of them emanating the aura of a world-level cultivator. Upon seeing this, all of the world-level cultivators who had felt lucky were now stunned. There were so many world-level cultivators here. Even the weakest world-level cultivators, when faced with so many of them, they were truly terrifying. In a situation like this, there was no need for them to fight against each other at all. Just fleeing from this group of world-level cultivators was something they had to do their best. Soon, the first pair of world-level cultivators was only able to kill 3 of the golden warriors before the battle came to an end, because one of the world-level cultivators had already been killed. The remaining world-level cultivator felt a lingering fear in his heart. If that world-level cultivator had been just a bit slower, he would have perished as well. You and you, the second one to go up. The golden-eyed puppet casually pointed at the 2 world-level cultivators. The 2 world-level cultivators' faces turned ashen. Trembling, they stepped forward. The millstone once more began to move, and the golden warriors once more began to appear. Soon, the two world-level cultivators were completely swallowed up by the Golden Warriors. This time, both of them died at the same time. Neither of them was able to hold on until the other died. Aside from Zhou Tong, the other 5 world-level cultivators who had yet to go up had even uglier looks on their faces. This wasn't an opportunity at all. This was danger, an unimaginably great danger. In the face of this sea of Golden Warriors, it would be hard for them to even flee. They're all dead. They're so useless. Even if they survive, they won't be able to get any decent rewards. The golden-eyed puppet said calmly, then pointed at the 2 world-level cultivators nearby. Next, the 2 of you go up. The golden-eyed puppet sent the 3rd pair of world-level cultivators forward. This pair of cultivators still weren't able to hold on for too long, but in the end, one of them was able to hold on for just a bit longer than the other, allowing him to successfully leave the millstone. Now that this pair of cultivators had come to an end, it was time for the 4th pair of cultivators. This pair of cultivators was also a pair of world-level cultivators, but they were able to last slightly longer than the previous 6 cultivators. They killed a total of 13 world-level cultivators before one of them was killed and the other was defeated. These world-level cultivators are all quite weak. They are unfathomably weaker than the group of cultivators who made it into this place in the original novel. Zhou Tong mused himself. In the original novel, the world-level cultivators who made it into this place were all masterclass world-level cultivators. They were naturally powerful, but these random world-level cultivators weren't nearly as strong. The last pair. The 2 of you go up. Finally, the golden-eyed puppet turned his gaze towards Zhou Tong. Chapter 1309. He was actually left until the very end to go up. The other 3 world-level cultivators who had just left the millstone couldn't help but feel rather curious. How powerful was this world-level cultivator who had been able to charge into the heart of the All-God estate all by himself? Who? Zhou Tong and the final white-haired world-level cultivator flew onto the millstone together. The other world-level cultivator was both a world god and a chaos immortal. In fact, he was most likely the most powerful of the 9 world-level cultivators who had been brought here. Light began to gather around the millstone, and soon, thousands upon thousands of golden warriors appeared alongside the light. Begin! The gold-eyed golem gave the order. Kill! Roar! Fight! The large group of golden warriors roared furiously as they charged towards the 2 of them. Damn! The white-haired world-level cultivator cursed. He waved his hand, causing 5 golems of different colors to appear next to him. Every single golem had the power of a world-level cultivator and emanated the aura of the 5 elements. Rumble! Instantly, the 5 golems all exploded with dazzling divine light. They were linked together through some sort of formation, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an area that was protected by a layer of 5-color divine light. The golden warriors formed by the millstone were instantly knocked back by the 5-color divine light as soon as they charged forward. Judging from your looks, you'll be able to hold on for a while. You have plenty of defense, but your attacks are too weak. Zhou Tong couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. And then he casually stamped his right foot against the ground. Rumble! Instantly, a faint blue light that looked like seawater rose up from Zhou Tong's body. This light transformed into waves of water that swept out in every direction. The golden warriors charging towards him were all charred black as soon as they came into contact with these waves of blue light. These waves of blue light were actually flames. They were liquid flames that flowed like water. This was a type of flame which Zhou Tong had discovered within the waters of a mysterious chaos world. This type of flame was hidden deep within the ocean. Its temperature was extremely restrained. As long as one did not come into contact with the flame, no matter how close one was to it, one would not feel the slightest bit of heat. However, once one came into contact with the flame, the power of the flame would instantly erupt. What powerful flames! He didn't use any magic treasures, talismans, or formations. Are these flames his own? The other world-level cultivators were all shocked when they saw the flames. Relying on external objects and not relying on external objects to achieve the same effect were two completely different levels of difficulty. At this moment, Zhou Tong still had no intention of moving. He was just casually controlling the light blue, water-like flames to wash over the golden warriors, preventing them from getting close to him. Then he grabbed with his left hand, and the Tribulation Fire Divine bow appeared in his palm. He clenched his right hand, and a 9-colored arrow condensed in his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, a 9-colored beam of light shot into the sky. Shooting star, arrow hail, Zhou Tong shouted. As soon as he spoke, the entire millstone was filled with scorching heat. The 9-colored divine light was unprecedentedly dazzling, and the arrows in the sky instantly exploded. At the same time, countless 9-colored arrows of flame came crashing down like a storm, covering the entire area around the millstone. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out one after another, each of which contained enough power to sunder the heavens and sunder the earth. In addition, the power of these explosions was incomparably accurate, accurately striking each and every one of the golden warriors. The rain of flame arrows that came crashing down from the heavens mercilessly annihilated all of the living beings on the millstone. The scorching heat and the astral winds caused by the terrifying explosions caused everything on the millstone to instantly vanish into thin air. This was Zhou Tong's most powerful area of effect attack at his current level. He was able to compress flames that were capable of heavily injuring or even killing a world god into a single arrow, then condense the tens of thousands of arrows into a single 9-colored arrow. This arrow was capable of instantly annihilating more than 10,000 world gods. The endless rain of flame arrows made it so that there was virtually no room for any living beings to exist on the millstone. Countless golden warriors were instantly swept away by the flames, devoured, and then transformed into ash. After just a single volley of arrows, the only ones left on the millstone were Zhou Tong and the world-level cultivator who had accompanied Zhou Tong. The world-level cultivator stared blankly at his surroundings. Just moments ago, there had been so many golden warriors surrounding him, radiating murderous auras. But in the blink of an eye, everything had vanished. The golden warriors had vanished, and his 5 elements golems had vanished as well. The 5 elements golems really do have decent defenses. They were able to survive my rain of arrows. Zhou Tong looked at the world-level cultivator, then nodded slightly in praise. A single arrow. He actually wiped out the enemy with a single arrow. The other 3 world-level cultivators below the millstone had ugly looks on their faces. They hadn't expected the difference in power to be this great. They had only just barely managed to survive, but this person had actually wiped out the enemy with a single arrow. The power of that arrow has already reached the Samsara downward level of power. It's been many years since I've encountered a monster like this. The Gold-Eye Golem couldn't help but let out a sigh. And this arrow already has some of the power Master used to forge the Tao. No wonder you took a fancy to this legacy. However, the Samsara grinders aren't as simple as you think. How many more times can you unleash attacks like this? As soon as the Gold-Eye Golem's words came out, light began to coalesce around them as one golden warrior after another reformed. These golden warriors weren't actual living beings to begin with. They had been created by the millstone itself. Naturally, so long as the millstone itself wasn't damaged, these golden warriors would continue to be created in an endless stream. The other world-level cultivator atop the millstone stared at the reborn golden warriors. He felt utter despair. His 5 elements golems had been destroyed. How was he supposed to flee? However, Zhou Tong's face remained as calm as ever. He reached out with his right hand, causing yet another 9-colored arrow to appear in his palm. He knocked the arrow, and with a twang, a 9-colored pillar of light once more shot into the skies. And then, yet another round of explosions. A rain of flaming arrows instantly wiped out the entire millstone once more. This time, however, the 5 elements golems were no longer protecting the millstone. The world god who had stepped onto the platform alongside Zhou Tong perished under this rain of flaming arrows as well. The 5 duels have concluded. 4 world-level cultivators remain. All of the survivors will be given a chance to acquire a legacy. As the Gold-Eye Golem spoke, he waved his hand, rumble. The gates to the All-God Estate, which had been shut for an indeterminate period of time, finally opened. However, the interior of the estate was completely dark. Nothing could be seen. Your performance was truly spectacular. It is time for Master's core legacy to emerge. The Gold-Eye Golem pointed towards the gates of the All-God Estate. Go in. Enter. Those who are qualified will naturally be given Master's legacy of the Tao of Forging. Everyone entered the All-God Estate with excited looks on their faces. Chapter 13:10. As soon as Zhou Tong entered the All-God Estate, space-time changed. By the time the light in front of him lit up, he found himself in a hallway. The other world gods who had entered with him were no longer there. Wisps of flame flew out from the torches on either side of the hallway. The flames coalesced, then transformed into a jade-haired maiden. She looked at Zhou Tong and said, "I'm the formation spirit of the Castrum Divinitas. This is one of my incarnations. Follow me." As she spoke, the maiden began to walk forward. Zhou Tong followed her. Before they had gone very far, an enormous stone door appeared in front of them. "Enter." The maiden opened the stone door and stepped inside. Zhou Tong followed her in. As soon as he entered, his eyes lit up. This was an incomparably vast hall. At the very center of the hall was a row of bookshelves. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 500,000 jade slips. Next to the bookshelves were all sorts of statues. There were so many statues that there were at least 100,000 of them. But of course, the most important thing was the table that immediately appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Atop the table was a jade slip that emanated a scorching aura. Even before he opened the jade slip, he could sense the scorching aura emanating from it. From this, he could tell how important the contents of the jade slip were. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the Gold-Eye Golem that he had seen outside the plaza appeared out of nowhere by Zhou Tong's side. Tribulation Fire, congratulations. You have acquired Master's core legacy, the Tao of Refinement. The Gold-Eye Golem looked at Zhou Tong. The Tao of Refinement is Master's core legacy, as well as Master's most powerful and most fundamental technique. The Gold-Eye Golem picked up the scorching jade slip. In the past, Master relied on this Tao to develop his 9 novescence arts, then used them to hunt down and slay eternal emperors. But of course, this legacy doesn't give you any secret arts. It only contains the core legacy of the Tao. After you acquire this legacy, you will be able to rely on your own techniques to create your own secret arts, the Gold-Eye Golem continued. Based on your performance on the Samsara Grinders, you already have a hint of Master's Tao of Refinement. This Tao should be a fairly suitable legacy for you. As the Gold-Eye Golem spoke, he pointed at the nearby jade slips and statues. The more things you experience in the Tao of Refinement, the more powerful you will become. This place contains the traces of all the Taos that Master once saw. After you acquire this legacy of yours, you will be able of your own insights. The Gold-Eye's final of a refinement, and then disappeared. Of them, and of them all. Zhou Tong. This is Tao Lord Algod's most core legacy of the Tao of Refinement. Zhou Tong was the first to pick up the jade slip, then immediately sent his god sense into it. A stream of information suddenly flowed into his sea of consciousness. First of all, there was a unique characteristic of this world, the natal oath. If one wanted to obtain the inheritance of the refinement Tao, they would have to make an oath that they would never divulge the contents of this volume of inheritance to the outside world before reaching the Tao integration realm. Actually, it was easy to understand. Tao Lord All-God himself was a Tao Lord who had failed the Tao merge. His Tao was flawed, which was why he had failed the Tao merge. It was unlikely that his successor would be able to surpass him before the Tao merge, which was why he couldn't pass down his legacy. Once one succeeded in the Tao merge, one would have surpassed Tao Lord All-God and wouldn't have to worry too much about it. But if one failed the Tao merge, it would mean that there were other flaws in the Tao that Tao Lord All-God himself had discovered. A lifeblood oath naturally wouldn't be able to bind Zhou Tong. He quickly read through the rest of the jade slip. So this is Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement. Zhou Tong was rather stunned by this vast, boundless Tao of refinement. This Tao was, without question, a step further than his own Tao of fire. But of course, this step further didn't mean that Zhou Tong's Tao of fire, an Omega Tao, was weak. Rather, it was because he was still just a world-level cultivator. Even though his Tao of fire was an Omega Tao, it was far from profound. It couldn't compare to Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement, which had been recorded down after experiencing the Tao merge. This Tao of refinement was simply too profound. Not even Zhou Tong would be able to fully comprehend it in a short period of time. Despite that, after reading through the entire jade slip, he could sense that his insights into the Tao of fire, the Tao of thunder, and several other Taos had deepened significantly. This was how important legacies were. Zhou Tong's previous training involved searching for traces of the great Tao within the natural flames of the primordial chaos. He had also been able to gain insights into the great Tao through the solitary divine abilities and secret arts left behind by his predecessors. In fact, he had even been able to transform some of the traces of the great Tao he had left in other worlds into the great Taos of this world. However, he had never encountered such a profound legacy, one that led directly to the Tao merge. Zhou Tong picked up the jade slip. After reading through it once, he continued to read through it a second time. As he read through it, he meditated on it, completely immersing himself within it. This was a legacy that led directly to the Tao merge and an eternal emperor. He was completely engrossed in it. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zhou Tong continued to study and meditate on it. Only now did he finally understand what Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement was. Tao Lord Algod was skilled in alchemy, artificing, formations, and bug beasts. At the core of all of this was a single word, refinement. He had entered the Tao through alchemy and artificing, then refined the essence of the Tao, transforming it into his own grand Tao. This Tao of refinement, artificing, refinement of the 5 elements, refinement of wind and lightning, refinement of yin and yang, refinement of space-time, everything in the world could be refined into this Tao. Tao Lord Algod's 9 secret arts were the products of his refinement of the 5 elements, wind and lightning, and yin and yang. The Tao of refinement. It takes everything in the world and refines it once more, transforming it into truly incomparable divine abilities and secret arts. The more Zhou Tong meditated on it, the more profound his insights into this Tao became. According to what Tao Lord Algod had said, everything in the world was refined. The Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all. Heaven and earth were the cauldron, good fortune was the workmanship, yin and yang were the charcoal, and all things were the copper. This was the Tao of refinement which Tao Lord Algod had envisioned. Once this Tao reached a supreme level, one would be able to refine even different grand Taos. Clearly, Tao Lord Algod hasn't truly refined this Tao to a supreme level. Zhou Tong let out a soft sigh. He could sense that this Tao was somewhat similar to the eternal Omega Fire Tao which he was about to embark upon. Fire had always had the ability to refine things. For example, the 7 fire secret arts, which Zhou Tong had acquired previously, contained the Tao of fire as well as this Tao of refinement. It refined and refined 7 types of fire into a seed of knowledge, allowing one to control all 7 types of fire at will. If this Tao of refinement was refined and refined, it would result in one of Tao Lord Algod's 9 secret arts, the Novescence Fire. Although Tao Lord Algod's legacy didn't contain any specific training methods for the Novescence Fire, it did mention the core of this secret art and how it was created. The so-called Novescence Fire was a secret art which was created by harvesting 9 types of naturally occurring Tao fire and then using a method similar to alchemy. Upon mastering this secret art, even Verge-level Tao Lords would be able to suppress eternal emperors. The core of both the Novescence Fire and the 7 fire secret arts were the same. The only difference was that the novescence fire was unfathomably more profound than the 7 fire secret arts. Actually, given my current level of insight into fire and Tao Lord Algod's Tao of Refinement Legacy, I'm completely capable of refining the 7 fire secret arts into novescence fire. In fact, I might even be able to create a secret art which is similar to Tao Lord Algod's novescence fire. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel excited. Chapter 1311. 9 Types of Tao Fire? Forget about it for now. I don't have a single type of Tao Fire on me right now. Zhou Tong shook his head, then walked towards the enormous hall. He stared at the bookshelves and the sculptures within the hall. These things didn't contain any divine abilities or secret arts. They were just traces of the Tao which Tao Lord All-God had accumulated over the course of countless years. For example, the jade slips contained the legacies and intents which had been left behind by world-level cultivators and even some Tao Lords. As for the 100,000 sculptures, Tao Lord All-God had spent over 100 chaos cycles carefully observing the other world-level cultivators who had carved them out. Altogether, there were more than 600,000 items here. Zhou Tong browsed through them one by one. He skimmed through some of the weaker intents and some of the items which Zhou Tong had already studied long ago. These items actually took up a large portion of the 600,000 intents here. There were more than 200,000 of them here. As for the items which he had never seen before, Zhou Tong paid close attention to them. Some of the intents left behind by world-level cultivators would take him half a day or so to fully comprehend. Some of the items left behind by some Samsara Tao Lords, however, would take him even longer, 2 or 3 days at least, half a month at most. But of course, the vast majority of the remaining 400,000 intents were left behind by world-level cultivators. The ones left behind by some Samsara Tao Lords only made up a fraction of the total. The most mysterious Tao of time can actually transform into such an explosive bolt of lightning. Oh, this Tao of the Void is quite profound. There's actually a legacy left behind by a Samsara Tao Lord who trained in the Tao of Karma. Lightning can transform into water. This world-level cultivator is quite formidable. The fusion of heart force and the Tao of the earth actually allowed him to create such a terrifying suppressive intent. Heaven suppressing, earth suppressing, man suppressing, heart suppressing. This Samsara Tao Lord. What a pity. He went astray on the first 3 steps. Zhou Tong continued to wander through the sea of Taos. Every single one of them had been carefully collected by Tao Lord All-God. Some were legacies left behind by world-level cultivators, while others were intents left behind by Tao Lords who had failed the Tao merge. As Zhou Tong meditated on each of the intents, he had a different feeling. This was a rare opportunity for him. He was able to gain a comprehensive understanding of the various Taos of the Desolate Era. This was the ocean of the myriad Taos. Each of them was already a part of the great Tao of this world, the essence of the wisdom of the predecessors. From these hundreds of thousands of inheritances, Zhou Tong saw the key to the combination of the great Tao of this world. He saw the entanglement and operation of the great Tao. He saw the vastness and vastness of this world. Just comprehending these hundreds of thousands of intents would take at least 1,000 years. However, Zhou Tong was so immersed in this that he didn't have any thoughts of leaving. He spent 1,500 years to comprehend all the hundreds of thousands of intents here. Then he sat alone in this silent hall, quietly comprehending the traces of the myriad Taos. Rumble, as he comprehended hundreds of thousands of different concepts, naturally evolved in his heart. Like rivers returning to the sea, the concepts merged in his heart. This scene caused Zhou Tong's heart to tremble slightly. This was the beginning of his transformation. He didn't just blindly copy these concepts. Instead, he studied them seriously, studied them carefully, and then compared them with his own Tao of Fire. This allowed his Tao of Fire to slowly evolve into the divine might of the myriad Taos, or even surpass them. But of course, Zhou Tong also understood that at his current level of insight, There was no way he could use his Tao of fire to evolve into the myriad Taos. If he could, he would have already surpassed the Eternal Emperor level and reached the Autarch level. However, this didn't stop Zhou Tong from taking this step. Time passed, 1 year after another. His Tao evolved in his heart. The more he meditated, the clearer the traces of the myriad Taos became. The Tao in his heart seemed to be entwined by countless brands of the Grand Tao. It was as though he had transformed into a statue, completely unmoving. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that his Tao was becoming more and more restrained and more powerful. This was a form of reference, a form of analysis, and a form of comprehension. If one wanted to truly embark on the path of the ultimate Tao of fire, one couldn't blindly imitate others. Instead, one had to harmonize one's heart with one's Tao. One had to possess the light of true wisdom, and one had to extract what one needed from the Taos left behind by others. Amongst the myriad Taos, the one which is most useful to me is still Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement. The more Zhou Tong meditated, the more deeply he understood the Tao of refinement which Tao Lord Algod had left behind. This was because the myriad Taos here were things which Tao Lord Algod had left behind to assist him in his Tao of refinement. However, Zhou Tong's insights weren't completely based on Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement. He had broken down Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement into different parts. These parts contained both the Tao and the power of control, as well as the Tao and the power of refinement. Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement had been completely ground apart by Zhou Tong's hands. It had been reduced to fragments which were slowly devoured by Zhou Tong's own Tao of fire. Zhou Tong was using his own Tao to recreate Tao Lord Algod's Tao of refinement. Boom! As Zhou Tong continued to meditate, the countless types of flames which he had mastered began to naturally erupt from his body. Not good. In the instant that Zhou Tong unleashed his power, the formation spirit of the All-God estate, the jade-haired woman, began to move as well. She waved her hand, causing the power of space-time to transform and teleport Zhou Tong to an empty area. What's going on? The gold-eyed golem suddenly appeared as well. He looked at Zhou Tong in the middle of the field, a trace of shock in his eyes. More than 1,000 types of flames were currently swirling around Zhou Tong's body. Be it the flames of destruction, or the flames of life, they were all as docile as water as they coiled around Zhou Tong's body, allowing him to do as he pleased with them. This is Master's Tao of refinement. He's improving a bit too quickly. It's only been 2,000 years. But why is it all fire? Master's Tao shouldn't be limited to fire, but also wind, thunder, space-time, and so on. The gold-eyed golem stared at Zhou Tong in astonishment. He didn't completely walk down the path which Master left behind. Instead, he fused Master's Tao of refinement into his own Tao of fire. The formation spirit sighed in amazement. Master's Tao of refinement included the Tao of fire, but he went in the opposite direction, using the Tao of fire to encompass the Tao of refinement. Astonishing talent. To be able to reach this step in such a short period of time is truly astonishing, the gold-eye golem said in the end. That's not all. He's only just beginning to fuse the Tao of refinement with his own Tao of fire. Unless he can truly create a completely new path, the formation spirit said. By the looks of it, he'll need at least a few hundred years to come to his senses. Chapter 13:12. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. At this moment, there were no longer any flames around Zhou Tong. His surroundings were filled with a tranquil and natural scene. The vegetation around him was lush and verdant, and there were even hundreds of flowers in full bloom. It was enchanting. It was as though this was no longer the all-God estate, but a pure land. It was tranquil and natural, and there was even a faint fragrance of flowers and plants. But upon seeing this scene, the formation spirit and the golden-eyed puppet were both shocked. Over the past 100 years, they had watched Zhou Tong cultivate, so they knew very well that this was no pure land. It was clearly hell. The flowers and plants were flowers of fire, grass of fire, and trees of fire. Every single word, every blade of grass, every single tree was filled with different types of fire, and all of them were highly concentrated flames. Within that sea of flowers, just a single petal from any single flower would be enough to annihilate an ordinary world god. These flames had been tamed to such an extent by Zhou Tong that they seemed to have transformed. This was enough to shock the formation spirit and the golden-eyed puppet. What a terrifying realm! He can transform fire into wood, and it's so lifelike that the flowers and plants even sway with the breeze. Just this Tao of fire control alone is enough for him to take that step and become a Tao Lord. And he's not weak either. He's at least one of the stronger Tao Lords of the first step. The golden-eyed puppet sighed in amazement. However, this pure land of flowers and plants didn't last for long before they withered. It was as though time had silently flowed through this pure land. The plants flourished and then withered. It was as though time was flowing, and the years were in the cycle of reincarnation. Did he fuse time into his flames, allowing them to burn through time? Or is he using fire control to simulate the flow of time? The formation spirit and the golden-eyed puppet couldn't figure out what was happening. However, as time passed, the cycle of reincarnation only lasted for 30 cycles. In the end, all the vegetation disappeared, replaced by a sharp metallic aura. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, and many other weapons appeared around Zhou Tong. For a time, sword energy soared into the heavens, and sabers and halberds clanged. One weapon after another took shape. The golden-eyed puppet and the array spirit could no longer tell whether this was a real weapon or a flame, because it looked exactly like a real weapon, but they knew that it was much more terrifying than a real weapon. Clang! A crisp sword hum reverberated through the void as a divine sword condensed from flames slashed through the air. Sword light swept through the void, tearing the void apart. It was simply indestructible. The sword strike was simply too powerful. It possessed the terrifying, offensive power of the way of the sword, as well as the scorching heat and explosive power of the flames. If it weren't for the fact that this was the all-goddess state and that there were a large number of formations and restrictions around it, it would probably have been enough to obliterate the void. What astonishing power! His mastery of the Tao of the sword isn't bad at all. Even some world gods who focus on the Tao of the sword aren't necessarily a match for him. He actually managed to combine the flame Tao and the sword Tao to such an extent. The golden-eyed puppet exclaimed. Previously, it was fire that turned wood, and now it's fire that turned metal. Could it be that he wants to use fire to evolve the 5 elements? His control over flames has actually reached such a level? The array spirit was also shocked. Boom! However, the fire that turned metal quickly came to an end as well. What replaced it was an endless chain of mountains, each of which was terrifyingly large. The endless amount of power and the heavy aura it emanated was enough to crush and kill countless world gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the mountains were formed from the flames, they quickly crumbled apart. The sound of flowing water could be heard as streams of different colored water began to flow around Zhou Tong's body. They were translucent and crystalline, and one could even see fish, prawns, and turtles swimming within them. They were filled with boundless vitality. These weren't actual streams of water. They were formed from flames. Now, the 5 elements were all evolved by Zhou Tong with flames. This kind of control could be said to be extremely shocking. Fire was one of the most explosive types of energy and matter in the universe. Ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to even approach it. For someone to be able to control fire to such a level meant that they had to have gained insights into the most fundamental aspects of fire. Zhou Tong was still at the world level, but he had already gained such insights. The nearby Gold-Eye Golem and the Array Spirit were both stunned. This level of insight into the Tao of fire. Once he became a Tao Lord of the first step will be comparable to a Tao Lord of the third step. And so, Zhou Tong finally concluded his session of secluded meditation. He opened his eyes. Congratulations! You've now developed the most powerful Tao of Fire. If you continue to advance on this path, once you become a Tao Lord of the fourth step, you'll probably be able to easily crush eternal emperors, the Gold-Eye Golem said in delight. The most powerful Tao. Zhou Tong shook his head. I'm still far from being the most powerful Tao. Perhaps no world-level cultivator can surpass me in the Tao of Fire, but that's not necessarily true in other areas. For example, the Tao of Fire fusing or the Tao of Flame forging might not necessarily be the same. In the endless territories, the vast majority of cultivators prefer to divide a complete Tao into attack, defense, speed, crushing, and many other Taos. Once a cultivator mastered the most powerful Tao of any one of these Taos, they would be able to crush eternal emperors as a Tao Lord of the fourth step. However, Zhou Tong didn't want to divide the Taos in this way. Although dividing the Taos into attack, defense, and speed was much simpler, the Tao of Fire was too fragmented. Thus, in the endless primordial chaos, the vast majority of freakishly talented Tao Lords who had mastered 3 or 4 of the most powerful Taos would never be able to embark on the path of an Omega Tao. Zhou Tong was using a different method to divide the Tao of Fire. In his mind, the Omega Tao of Fire should be divided into 3 parts: fire control, fire fusing, and flame forging. Fire control referred to having absolute control over fire. When one reached the apex of mastery, no fire in the endless primordial chaos would be able to harm one. Fire fusing referred to fusing different types of fire together, thus giving birth to brand new flames. Flame forging referred to some of the unique ways in which fire could be used. For example, one could change the shape of fire or even truly forge it into weapons or pills. It is already quite impressive that you were able to master an Omega Tao of Fire. I can sense that this Tao of yours already allows you to perfectly control all world-level chaos flames. In fact, you can even control some of the weaker Tao flames. This Tao of yours is far more comprehensive than any of those supreme Taos of attack or defense, the Gold-Eye Golem said. Master used to master this Tao of Fire when he was alive. Although you don't primarily train in Master's Tao of Refining, you can still be considered his successor. For you to be able to master an Omega Tao of this level means that there is nothing left in the All-God estate that can help you. What you do in the future will be up to you. After you leave this place, don't disgrace Master's reputation, the formation spirit of the All-God estate said. Don't worry, the 2 of you. If I succeed in my Tao merge in the future, I will bring Emperor Malobo's head back to the All-God estate and give this place a boost of fortune. Zhou Tong looked at the 2 of them, then said solemnly, I look forward to it. The formation spirit and the Gold-Eye Golem spoke out in unison. Then the void distorted and Zhou Tong left the All-God estate, appearing outside the God's estate. Chapter 13:13. Space-time twisted as Zhou Tong's surroundings instantly changed. He instantly went from the deepest parts of the All-God estate to the outermost perimeter of the All-God estate, where he had first entered the ruins. The All-God estate truly is a blessed land for me. Zhou Tong took one last look at the All-God estate, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of amazement. It could be said that the All-God estate was the place he had spent the longest amount of time in since arriving in this world. However, Tao Lord Algod's Tao of Refinement is actually a Tao of control. He hasn't truly fused everything into a single whole. Zhou Tong thought back to the traces of the Grand Tao. He had gained insights into within the All-God estate. Zhou Tong suddenly understood. Tao Lord Algod's Tao of Refinement could only be considered a part of the true Tao of Refinement, a part that was more focused on control. Thus, after meditating on his Tao, Zhou Tong's mastery of the Tao of Fire had skyrocketed to a new level. However, just as Zhou Tong was about to leave the All-God estate, his face suddenly tightened slightly. He saw 2 squads of people enter the All-God estate in an orderly fashion. These 2 squads were clearly organized to enter the All-God estate. Each squad had a leader and 10 world-level subordinates. The leader of one squad was a youth dressed in luxurious golden robes, while the leader of the other squad was a skinny youth dressed in blood-red robes. Zhou Tong gave the blood-robed youth a once-over. Not only were his robes blood-red, even his hair and eyebrows were blood-red. The youth seemed to sense something. He turned his head, and his crimson eyes met Zhou Tong's. Zhou Tong could see an endless sea of blood within his eyes. This person is so powerful. The Tao Alliance truly is extraordinary. The blood-robed Arroyo's face tightened slightly. He could sense just how powerful Zhou Tong was. Zhou Tong's eyes seemed to contain a sea of fire that could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. The two merely stared at each other for a brief moment before looking away. The youth had already led his squad into the all-god estate. No way. Is it already the time of the original work? Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely sensed that these two teams were the ones who had been preparing to enter the all-god estate to obtain the eternal blood. Citizens of Eternal Kingdom, I didn't expect to bump into you. Now that Jining is not here, those two fellows might be able to obtain the divine blood of eternity. I will wait for them here. Zhou Tong was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged at the edge of the myriad mountains. The Aeonian Kingdom was the mortal enemy of the Tao Alliance. The Aeonians were one of the most powerful races in the universe. Although they only had a few thousand members, every single one of them was at least a samsara Tao Lord. The main reason why the Aeonians were mortal enemies of the Tao Alliance was because they could devour cultivators to grow stronger. As far as the Aeonians were concerned, cultivators were like delicacies. Naturally, cultivators and Aeonians were mortal enemies. Tao Lord All-God wanted to kill Emperor Malobo because he was an eternal emperor of the Aeonian race. Emperor Malobo had devoured Tao Lord All-God's Tao companion, which was why Tao Lord All-God had risked his life to pursue and kill Emperor Malobo. The Aeonians had descendants as well. However, their descendants appeared to be no different from ordinary cultivators. Only after becoming a samsara Tao Lord would they be able to awaken their Aeonian bloodline. But of course, if a world-level Aeonian descendant was able to acquire the eternal blood, they would be able to truly awaken their bloodline and become a true Aeonian. Zhou Tong sat quietly in the lotus position at the edge of the myriad mountains, waiting. He didn't wait for too long. 3 years later, the space nearby distorted, and a delighted, blood-haired youth appeared with his two subordinates in tow. He's out, and he has a look of joy on his face. It seems he really did succeed. He has the eternal blood on him. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes as he stared at the blood-robed youth. He didn't bother to hide his aura at all. As soon as Zhou Tong turned to look at him, the blood-robed youth, Arroyo, could sense Zhou Tong's gaze on him. He felt as though his entire body had become scorching hot. He immediately turned his head, only to see Zhou Tong seated in the lotus position not too far away. In that instant, their gazes clashed in midair. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong transformed into a beam of fiery light and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before the blood-robed youth. Who are you? Arroyo stared intently at Zhou Tong. Are you an Aeonian? Did you acquire the eternal blood in the all-god estate? Zhou Tong spoke out. Arroyo's face tightened. You actually know what happened to me in the all-god estate? But not even the formation spirit of the all-god estate was able to confirm that we were Aeonians. How dare you make false claims? Arroyo rebuked Zhou Tong angrily. He didn't dare to admit that he was an Aeonian. This was their mortal enemy, the Tao Alliance, after all. If you're sure, then there's nothing to worry about. Zhou Tong let out a soft chuckle as he attacked. A dazzling streak of fire instantly erupted from his palm and shot towards Arroyo. Kill! Arroyo attacked as well. A savage light flashed through his eyes as 18 golden golems appeared around him, each of them emanating the aura of a supreme world-level expert. Kill! 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 As soon as the 18 golems appeared, they transformed into an enormous tornado of black and white that caused the entire world to tremble as they charged straight towards Zhou Tong's streak of fire. Rumble! An enormous explosion rang out as the flames collided with the killing blow of the 18 golems. Instantly, the flames surged wildly, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. For a time, it seemed as though both sides were locked in a stalemate. However, Zhou Tong had a calm look on his face. All he did was push forward with his palm. Boom! His palm seemed to have pushed forward with the force of a sun, crushing everything in its path. The 18 golems simultaneously let out agonized screams before disappearing into nothingness forever. Clang! However, right at this moment, two intersecting streaks of blood-colored saber light appeared in the skies. These streaks of saber light stretched out for 30,000 meters as they chopped down towards Zhou Tong's palm. Those 18 golems were nothing more than a means for Arroyo to tie down Zhou Tong. His true killing blow came from the pair of blood-colored sabers in his hands. These were a pair of eternal weapons that possessed unparalleled power. Rumble! However, Zhou Tong suddenly moved. Flames appeared out of nowhere like a stream of water, firmly clamping down on Arroyo's blade-wielding arms and slowing down his attacks. At the same time, Zhou Tong's sweeping motion didn't change at all. His sun-like palm came crashing down towards Arroyo. This savage, dominating attack caused Arroyo's entire body to tremble violently. Smoke began to rise from his body as he tried his best to block, but it was useless. The flames came crashing down, incinerating everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, Arroyo was completely swallowed up. Chapter 13-14. The battle between Zhou Tong and Arroyo was extremely fast, so fast that the two world god subordinates next to him didn't even have a chance to react before it was over. Arroyo had been burned to death by the flames in Zhou Tong's hands. The golden pill in his body had dropped out a large number of treasures, and the two eternal weapons in his hands had become spoils of war for Zhou Tong. Master. The two world-level subordinates next to him were both stunned. Zhou Tong swept them with his gaze, then waved his hand and sent out two small flames that instantly devoured Arroyo's two subordinates. The eternal blood really is on Arroyo. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou Tong immediately turned his attention to the spoils he had acquired from Arroyo. Amongst them was a crystal ball that glowed with blurry white light. Rumble. However, as soon as Zhou Tong grabbed the crystal ball, the space around him warped, and he once more appeared within the All-God Estate. The gold-eyed golem and the formation spirit of the All-God Estate looked at Zhou Tong, revealing a hint of a smile. You knew all along that they were Aeonians? That's why you didn't leave and instead waited for them to come out? Zhou Tong smiled. I sort of guessed as much. Although I don't have any proof, I was willing to wait. Ha, good waiting. The gold-eyed golem roared with laughter. The formation spirit next to him spoke out as well. Although we guessed that they were Aeonians, we didn't have any proof. Thus, we had no choice but to follow the rules set down by Master and give them the eternal blood. Fortunately, you were here. It doesn't matter if they really are Aeonians' dogs or not. The eternal blood has returned. The eternal blood. Zhou Tong stared at the white crystal ball in his hand. With but a thought, he opened it. Boom! Instantly, a terrifyingly powerful aura slammed into Zhou Tong's mind, slamming into his soul and true soul. In that instant, Zhou Tong's mind went blank. But soon, the flames gathered and burned away all the visions. Zhou Tong lowered his head and looked at the eternal divine blood. It was a fist-sized drop of golden liquid that glowed with traces of blood-red light. It floated quietly in the void, releasing an incomparably terrifying aura in all directions. You can actually withstand the aura of the eternal blood? Golden-eyed Golem stared at Zhou Tong in shock. I finally understand why your Dao heart is so strong, but your heart force is still at the third stage. Your heart is too strong. It's a heart of supremacy and invincibility. This kind of heart won't be subdued. Perhaps you know what the mortal world is, but you won't feel that you're ordinary from the bottom of your heart. If you don't go through these steps, you'll never be able to comprehend the fourth level of heart force, the mortal world. The golden-eyed puppet also said, with a heart like yours, once you understand what the mortal world is, you'll probably be able to skip past the fourth realm and enter the fifth realm, or even more terrifying sixth realm. But what I fear is that by the time you understand what the mortal world is, it will already be too late. Zhou Tong fell silent. He naturally knew what the golden-eyed puppet was talking about. In his heart, he would never feel that he was ordinary, and so he would never be able to enter the fourth stage. But if such a strong heart really did become ordinary, it was possible that it would be crippled. The topic of heart force didn't continue. Soon, the golden-eyed puppet placed the eternal blood back into the spherical container. The terrifying aura of the eternal blood instantly dissipated. The golden-eyed puppet handed the container to Zhou Tong. Remember, before you have enough power to deal with an eternal emperor, it's best not to open this container. Once the aura of the eternal blood leaks out, the experts of the Aeonian kingdom will quickly come knocking. Your best choice is to sell it to the Tao Alliance. To the Aeonians, the eternal blood is a priceless treasure. In fact, they would be willing to spend tens of millions of cubes of chaos nectar to purchase it. But to other cultivators, the eternal blood can only be used for alchemy or artificing. If you sell it to the Tao Alliance, you should be able to sell it for 2 million cubes of chaos nectar. Since you're in the Badlands territory, your best choice is to tell Tao Lord Badlands that you have acquired the eternal blood and wish to sell it to the Tao Alliance. Given Tao Lord Badlands' status and power, he won't try to steal your chaos nectar. Other Tao Lords might try to kill you and take your treasures. Zhou Tong nodded. Understood. Since you already know about the eternal blood, I won't say anything else. Take care of yourself. The formation spirit of the All-God estate waved his hand, and the formation instantly came to life. Soon, Zhou Tong was teleported to the borders of the All-God estate. This place again, but if I give the eternal blood to Tao Lord Badlands, well, Tao Lord Badlands seems to be on good terms with Vast Heaven Palace. He probably won't try to harm me. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, then decided to first sell off the eternal blood. He quickly left the all-god chaos world, then went to the teleportation array and immediately headed towards the Badlands Everworld. After leaving the teleportation array, Zhou Tong immediately headed towards the Badlands Court. The Badlands Court was located within an enormous island in the center of a lake. The Badlands Everworld forbade flying, and so Zhou Tong had to walk across the water to reach the main gates of the island. Who goes there? A world-level disciple of the Badlands Court immediately came forward to welcome him. Tribulation Fire of Vast Heaven Palace requests an audience with Tao Lord Badlands. Zhou Tong said, Vast Heaven Palace. The world-level disciple was instantly shocked. A century ago, a Tao Lord of Vast Heaven Palace had come to this place. That person was a very good friend of Tao Lord Badlands. The world-level disciple naturally didn't dare to be tardy. He immediately went to make a report. Soon, the disciple flew back and said, Fellow Taoist Tribulation Fire, Master invites you in. Zhou Tong nodded, then followed the disciple into the Badlands Court. Tao Lord Badlands was the most skilled numeracy Tao Lord in the Endless Territories, and his Badlands Court had an incredibly intricate layout. If no one was there to guide him, it would be very difficult to meet him. Soon, the world-level cultivator led Zhou Tong to a simple pavilion. Tao Lord Badlands was currently seated in the lotus position within the pavilion, drinking wine. Master, Tribulation Fire has arrived. The world-level cultivator said respectfully. You can leave now. Tao Lord Badlands instructed. After the cultivator left, Tao Lord Badlands turned his gaze toward Zhou Tong. Smiling, he said, Have you come to ask about old Brother Soul Sky? He should have an avatar in the Vast Heaven Everworld. Zhou Tong shook his head. I won't hide it from you, Tao Lord. Although I've received a talisman of welcome from Vast Heaven Palace, I haven't formally entered it yet. Tao Lord Badlands was startled for a moment, then nodded and laughed. You are quite lucky to have received a talisman of welcome from Vast Heaven Palace. This is something that countless cultivators in the Endless Territories can only dream of acquiring. However, If you aren't here because of old brother Soul Sky, why have you come looking for me? Dowlord Badlands asked. This junior was lucky enough to acquire the divine blood of the Eternal in the All-God estate. The formation spirit of the estate guided me to you, Dowlord. Zhou Tong looked at Dowlord All-God. Chapter 13:15. Eternal Blood? Dowlord Badlands was surprised. Although he was known as the #1 Dowlord in the Tao of Numerancy, he didn't know everything. For example, he wasn't necessarily able to divine anything that involved eternal emperors. Is it Emperor Malobo's drop of eternal blood? Dowlord Badlands asked. Zhou Tong nodded. Correct. That's the drop of eternal blood which Dowlord All-God extracted from Emperor Malobo. Supposedly, this drop of blood is equivalent to half of Emperor Malobo's life. The Aeonians are willing to pay an enormous price for it. Of course, Dowlord Badlands laughed. However, this drop of blood is going to be quite troublesome for you. Do you want to use me to sell it to the Tao Alliance? Zhou Tong nodded. Dowlord Badlands was silent for a moment, then said, if you sell this drop of blood to the Tao Alliance, they'll probably give you 2 million cubes of chaos nectar as well as a status in the Tao Alliance. However, if you are willing to sell this drop of eternal blood to me, I'll be willing to pay 3 million cubes of chaos nectar. It's actually not that hard to acquire status in the Tao Alliance. If you can become a Samsara Dowlord, you'll be able to easily acquire one. If you sell it to me, not only will you make more money, I'll even use my status to provide you with some of the resources of the Tao Alliance that are of equal value to you. I don't care what techniques or treasures you want, just tell me. In fact, I'll even give you some valuable legacies. Dowlord Badlands continued to tempt Zhou Tong. He really did want this drop of eternal blood. Although eternal blood wasn't very valuable, it was very useful in many situations. Once the Tao Alliance acquired eternal blood, it would be easy for other Samsara Dowlords or even eternal emperors to purchase it. A single drop of eternal blood was equivalent to half of an eternal emperor's life, after all. For the Tao Alliance to only offer 2 million cubes of chaos nectar was simply too cheap. What do you think? Dowlord Badlands looked at Zhou Tong. I have no use for the eternal blood anyways. It doesn't matter who I sell it to. Since you're willing to pay such a high price, I'm naturally willing to sell it to you. Zhou Tong nodded. All right. Dowlord Badlands instantly laughed. 3 million cubes of chaos nectar. If you need any treasures or techniques, I'll get them for you. If you only need chaos nectar, that's fine as well. I need legacies of the Tao of Fire or legacies that are related to the Tao of Fire. Ideally, legacies left behind by Tao Lords of the Fourth Step or even eternal emperors. Zhou Tong made his request. Legacies of the Tao of Fire or legacies related to the Tao of Fire. Legacies left behind by Tao Lords of the Fourth Step or even eternal emperors. Dowlord Badlands frowned. This is going to be a bit tricky. Are you going to meditate on your own? Or are you going to teach it to a large group of people? 3 million cubes of chaos nectar won't be enough if you want to impart it on a large scale. Comprehend it yourself. Zhou Tong said. There is no need for him to spread those things out right now. Dowlord Badlands nodded. For personal use, 3 million cubes of chaos nectar should be enough to purchase a portion of a legacy, although it won't be the best of the best. Here's a list for you to see. As he spoke, Dowlord Badlands waved his hand. Instantly, a large amount of information coalesced into a jade slip that floated over to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong sent his divine sense into the jade slip, and an enormous amount of information was transmitted into his mind. Dowlord Scarlet Flame's fire control formation? No need. In terms of the Tao of Fire, I'm the best. Emperor Azure Leaves. 9 cycles of the Tao of Pills. This is a legacy of the Tao of Alchemy? It could be considered a legacy of the Tao of Fire. It's actually quite cheap. Just 1 million cubes of chaos nectar. Oh, this eternal god fire is quite marvelous. It really lives up to its reputation as a legacy left behind by an eternal emperor. However, it's also the most expensive. 2. 8 million cubes of chaos nectar. If I buy this one, I won't have a chance to look at the other legacies. Zhou Tong browsed through one legacy after another. These were all legacies available to the Dao Alliance, and they were the foundation of the Dao Alliance. As the largest organization of cultivators in the Endless Territories, the Dao Alliance's foundation was also the strongest and most profound. The legacies of countless samsara Dao Lords, and even the legacies of eternal emperors, were all available for purchase. I'll take this eternal god fire. Zhou Tong skimmed through the legacies, then instantly came to a decision. Eternal god fire? You have a good eye. This legacy was left behind by an eternal emperor, and it is a technique that allows you to fuse many types of flames together. Although the resulting flames won't be able to reach a certain level of power, it's still a decent technique for someone like you, Dao Lord Badlands said with praise. Then what are you going to do with the remaining 200,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar? Dao Lord Badlands asked. I'll convert the rest of the Chaos Nectar into cash. Zhou Tong said. Dao Lord Badlands nodded. It'll take some time for you to acquire this legacy. It'll take at least half a year, and at most 3 to 5 years. However, I can give you the 200,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar right now. As he spoke, Dao Lord Badlands waved his hand, causing a spatial storage item to appear in front of Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong accepted the item, inspected it briefly, then put it away. Thank you, Dao Lord. Zhou Tong thanked him. You can stay here for now. I'll arrange for some disciples to help you find a place to live, Dao Lord Badlands said. Zhou Tong nodded, then handed the eternal blood over to Dao Lord Badlands. After departing from Dao Lord Badlands' residence, Zhou Tong began to live quietly by himself within a residence which Dao Lord Badlands had arranged for him. He spent most of his time quietly training by himself and meditating on the Grand Daos. He hadn't had a chance to delve too deeply into the Daos of the All-God estate yet. During this period of time, he had sparred with the disciples of the Badlands court. Although these disciples were far inferior to Zhou Tong in terms of insights into the Grand Dao, Zhou Tong was still inspired by their Daos and was able to gain insights into many different things. Time passed by slowly. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Dao Lord Badlands finally summoned Zhou Tong and personally handed the Eternal God Fire to Zhou Tong. After obtaining the Scroll of Inheritance, Zhou Tong immediately started comprehending it impatiently. So this is the Eternal God Fire. It is the result of a total of 5 types of Daos fusing together. Zhou Tong carefully meditated on it, carefully attuning to the Daos of the Eternal Emperor who had created this technique. The foundation of this Eternal God Fire technique was that one had to master a single lifeblood Dao flame. After that, one would be able to break through to become a Samsara Dao Lord. After that, each subsequent advancement would require him to fuse with a brand new type of Dao flame. Every time he fused with a new type of Dao flame, he would take another step on the path to becoming a Dao Lord. Once he fused with an additional 5 types of Dao flames, he would reach the Dao merge and become an eternal emperor. So that's how it is. The most important part of this Eternal God Fire technique is the lifeblood Dao flame. It uses a special method to allow the lifeblood Dao flame to fuse with even more types of flames. Zhou Tong slowly began to meditate on this technique, gaining deeper and deeper insights into it. Chapter 13:16. Zhou Tong quietly meditated on the Eternal Divine Flame for half a year. Cultivating the Eternal Divine Flame is much easier for me. Zhou Tong thought to himself for a while, then said to himself, given my control over flames, I can definitely cultivate several lifeblood God flames. The reason why the Eternal Divine Flame could only be cultivated into a single lifeblood Dao flame was because the creator of this secret technique, the Sovereign Emperor, had not walked the path of controlling flames. Instead, he had walked the path of fusing flames. He had wanted to fuse flames into the most powerful of flames. Unfortunately, when the Sovereign Emperor had been a Samsara Dao Lord, his Dao had not been strong enough, and he had not been able to fuse flames into the most powerful of flames. As a result, his cultivation had been much weaker. Even after attaining his Tao, he had only been an ordinary eternal emperor. However, it was precisely because he had only been an ordinary eternal emperor that his legacy had been so cheap. The legacy of an even more powerful eternal emperor, or even a hegemon, would be priceless. The Tao Alliance might not even be willing to sell it. For now, I'll cultivate 2 lifeblood Tao flames. Zhou Tong thought to himself for a while, then glanced at the space within the golden pill. The 2 largest branches of his Tao tree were the flame of life and the flame of destruction. He had already decided that his lifeblood Tao flames would be these 2 types of flames. With but a thought, 2 flames instantly appeared beside Zhou Tong. One was scarlet red and brimmed with boundless vitality, while the other was pitch black and filled with boundless destruction. These 2 flames were Zhou Tong's own flame of life and the flame of destruction. My Tao of fusing flames will begin with these 2 flames. I'll set a small goal and fuse them into the most powerful of flames, the flame of life and the flame of destruction. Zhou Tong's heart was filled with lofty aspirations. He thought back to the legacy of the eternal divine flame. In this legacy, there were no requirements for the choice of lifeblood Tao flames. However, there were requirements for the cultivation of the flames. This was the main point of this legacy. However, in the future, whatever type of flame a lifeblood Tao flame was, the corresponding flame would be of the same type as well. The legacy also mentioned many methods of fusing Tao flames, as well as insights into them. Of course, not all cultivators could cultivate according to the method of the eternal divine fire and grow up step by step. Due to the difference in the natal Tao fire, the cultivator needed to have sufficient understanding of the fire elemental Tao during the process of fusing the Tao fire. Otherwise, forcefully fusing the Tao fire would definitely set one on fire. In fact, this inheritance only gave a general direction and method. As for how to cultivate, it would depend on the cultivator's own efforts. The flame of life and the flame of destruction slowly entered Zhou Tong's golden pill space. At this moment, his golden pill's chaotic space was misty. There was only a Tao tree that had already grown to its limit in the center of the chaotic space. At the same time, 2 flames, one red and one black, appeared. They were the flames of life and the flames of destruction. After that, numerous divine inscriptions appeared, fusing into the 2 flames. As time passed, the divine inscriptions grew fainter and fainter. In the end, everything disappeared, fusing back into the flames. Boom! At this moment, the 36,000 feet tall Tao tree suddenly emitted a hazy halo. The 2 thickest branches, which represented the flames of life and the flames of destruction, began to absorb the 2 corresponding flames. The eternal divine fire was the most fundamental cultivation method. The natal Tao fire that he cultivated was naturally fused into the Tao tree and divine crystal. In the future, as long as the Tao tree was destroyed, his spiritual power, divine power, would be endless. Naturally, his natal Tao fire would also be endless. The first step, the transformation of the flames, has been completed. The next step is to nurture them so that my flames of life and the flames of destruction can advance to the true level of Tao flames. Zhou Tong immediately began the next step. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, 4 balls of flames appeared in his golden pill's chaotic space. One of them was white and extremely dazzling. If an ordinary cultivator looked directly at it, they would probably go blind. One of them was pitch black and looked like flowing water. One of them was green and exuded a rich vitality. The last one was yellow and as steady as a mountain. These were the flames that Zhou Tong had collected over the years. They belonged to the 5 elements and were all at the level of the flame of chaos. If I want to cultivate the strongest flames of life and flames of destruction, the most important thing is naturally the level of my natal Tao fire. I have to raise my natal Tao fire to the strongest level. Whether it is life or destruction, fusing the 5 elements is definitely the strongest path. Zhou Tong's pure spiritual power quickly flowed into the four balls of flames. In an instant, the four balls of flames were divided into two. One of the flames was full of vitality. It was like the sun that illuminated all things. Even the most dazzling white flames became much more docile. The other flame was full of the aura of destruction. It was like the end of the world. It had an aura of decay. Even the green flame bared its ferocious fangs and contained the will to exterminate life. Chi, chi, chi. Soon, under Zhou Tong's secret technique, the four balls of flames exuding vitality flew to the tree trunk where the flames of life were located. Zhou Tong's understanding of the Tao of the five elements and the Tao of life was completely integrated. Immediately, the flames began to entangle the thick tree trunk and rapidly fuse together. Boom! Zhou Tong's movements were very meticulous. There was not the slightest mistake in the process. His understanding of the Tao of fire, the Tao of life, and many other great Taos was methodically integrated. The integration process was very smooth. He could see with the naked eye that the tree trunk and branches in the golden pill's chaotic space were growing. Although the height of the tree had reached the limit, the thickness of the tree trunk and the extension of the branches could still be improved. I've already integrated my understanding of the five elements, but it still hasn't reached the strongest flames of life. When the flames dissipated, Zhou Tong shook his head. Then, he followed suit and quickly upgraded the flames of destruction. However, it was clear that the flames of destruction had yet to reach the strongest level. If the five elements aren't enough, then I'll add an yin and yang. If yin and yang aren't enough, then I'll add in wind and thunder. Zhou Tong made up his mind. He continued to infuse the flames into his golden pill's chaotic space, then separated the flames of life and the flames of destruction and fused them into the flames of life and the flames of destruction. If other cultivators who trained in the eternal divine fire were to see this, they would definitely be stunned. He had fused far too many flames into his body. He had vaguely surpassed the limits of this path which had been created by eternal emperors. If any other cultivator were to attempt this, they would definitely combust and die. However, Zhou Tong had previously trained in the most powerful flame control technique. He was able to perfectly control all flames of his level, and so he was naturally fine. His flames of life and flames of destruction were slowly rising in power. Chapter 13:17. The most powerful of the flames of life and the flames of destruction. Zhou Tong continued to meditate on the eternal God fire, while constantly dissecting and analyzing all sorts of flames, then fusing them into his own flames of life and the flames of destruction. As he continued to train, the various insights he had gained into the Tao of fire, especially his insights into the flames of life and the flames of destruction, began to quickly merge together. Zhou Tong's clone was a phoenix, and the most powerful ability of phoenixes was their nirvanic rebirth. They could be reborn amidst destruction, and they were an immortal bird that combined life and destruction together. After arriving in this world, he had transformed his nirvanic rebirth into a technique for the nirvanic divine body. From this, one could see how deep his insights into the Tao of life and destruction were. In fact, as he continued to gain insights, two more Tao trees actually appeared within the dimension of the golden pill. They were the trees of life and the trees of destruction. Multiple Tao trees could exist within the dimension of the golden pill. But of course, the first Tao tree that was born was the foundation. This was much like Zhou Tong's tree of the Tao of fire. The newly born trees of life and destruction were merely supplementary. Boom! The Tao of life, destruction, and fire. These three Taos continued to fuse together within Zhou Tong's mind. In fact, it was as though strands of silk were beginning to appear within the dimension of the golden pill. These strands of silk were connecting the trees of life and destruction to Zhou Tong's tree of the Tao of fire. The many insights within Zhou Tong's mind were coming together at an unprecedented rate, transforming into a complete system that formed two complete Taos, the flames of life and the flames of destruction. When the flames of life and the flames of destruction reach their most powerful state, they will reach the ultimate state of life and the ultimate state of destruction. Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing the crimson flames of life to erupt forth. Countless living creatures began to appear within the void, and he felt as though he could create countless flaming creatures with but a thought. And then, the pitch-black flames appeared, and the countless flaming creatures instantly vanished into thin air. So, these are the most powerful flames a world-level cultivator can create. Zhou Tong stared calmly at the two balls of fire by his side, one red and one black. Moments later, the two balls of fire slowly dissipated. Since the flames of life and the flames of destruction had been completed, Zhou Tong would naturally not stay in the Badlands territory any longer. He came to the space-time transfer array alone. Activate the teleportation formation. I want to go to Tianqing domain. Zhou Tong entered the teleportation formation. Activating the teleportation formation by itself, Zhu Shun and Zhu Xian, who were in charge of this teleportation formation, were speechless. A single teleportation within the Badlands territory only required 100 bottles of Chaos Nectar. However, it was much more expensive to teleport to other regions. Even the Azure Sky region, which bordered the Badlands territory, required a cube of Chaos Nectar. However, Zhou Tong didn't care about such a small amount of money. Dalord Badlands had given him 200,000 cubes of Chaos Nectar. He didn't care about such things at all. Wong. In next to no time, space warped as the glow of the teleportation formation shot into the sky. It tore through space and teleported Zhou Tong to another boundlessly distant expanse of space. By the time the light had dissipated, Zhou Tong had already appeared in the Azure Sky region. Teleport to Whitefall Star. Zhou Tong once more took out 100 bottles of Chaos Nectar and activated the teleportation formation. Yes, my lord. Zhu Shun, who was in charge of the teleportation formation, immediately activated it. Zhou Tong once more disappeared from the area. Whitefall Star. Yet another cultivator preparing to go adventuring within the Star Pagoda. After Zhou Tong left, a nearby ancestor let out a sigh. Countless years ago, an ancient major power had tossed out a pagoda-shaped magic treasure into the primordial chaos. Afterwards, the magic treasure had automatically guided the primordial chaos to form a pocket dimension within the pagoda that was filled with boundless power. Many Samsara Dowlords wished to be acknowledged by this magic treasure. However, over the course of countless years, no one had ever been able to gain its acknowledgement. 4 world-level cultivators, however, any random fortune they found within the Star Pagoda would be enough to establish their foundation as a Samsara Dowlord. The Star Pagoda is the greatest fortune in the Azure Sky region. Even Samsara Dowlords often enter it, to say nothing of world-level cultivators. In addition, cultivators from nearby realms often come here. Zhu Shun, the ancestor who had sent Zhou Tong away, nodded as well. If only I could one day find some good fortune in there as well. Zhu Xian continued. In your dreams. If you aren't at the world level, your chances of surviving in there are far, far too low. Zhu Shun shook his head as well. At the same time, Zhou Tong appeared on White Wave Star very quickly. He walked out of the teleportation formation, then casually took out a flying magic treasure and flew straight towards the Star Pagoda. The Star Pagoda was extremely famous. It wasn't just famous in the Azure Sky region. It was famous throughout the Endless Territories as well. Countless world-level cultivators and Samsara Dowlords came here from all over the Endless Territories in search of good fortune. Supposedly, an eternal emperor had intentionally left this place here for the sake of accepting disciples. But of course, there were also rumors that this was a relic left behind by an eternal emperor who had long since perished, and that this place contained all of his treasures and techniques. There were also rumors that this was a place where the eternal emperor had specifically used to raise Gu. In short, over the course of countless years, There had been all sorts of speculations about this place. However, very few people knew why this pagoda had been left here. Zhou Tong had come here to take a look after learning of this place's reputation. He wanted to see if he could find some good fortune here that would increase his cultivation speed. After flying through the primordial chaos for hundreds of years, Zhou Tong finally arrived near the Star Pagoda. So this is the Star Pagoda? Zhou Tong stared in amazement. Before his eyes was an incomparably enormous pagoda that was 17 levels tall. Every single level of the pagoda was taller than most chaos worlds. Endless amounts of chaos energy swirled around the pagoda, causing the pagoda to naturally emanate a powerful aura of majesty. Near the pagoda, dozens of chaos worlds could be seen joining together to form a profound formation that completely locked down the Star Pagoda. Supposedly, every single level of this pagoda is a place that is more than 10 times larger than most chaos worlds. The space here is extremely stable and filled with countless treasures, Zhou Tong mused to himself. He flew towards the base of the pagoda. Instantly, 3 world-level cultivators came forward to block Zhou Tong's path. You need 100 bottles of chaos nectar to enter the Star Pagoda, the leader of the world-level cultivators said. Here you go. Zhou Tong casually tossed out a bottle of chaos nectar. By now, he wasn't surprised by this at all. The Chaos Verse was filled with countless treasures and relics, and the local cultivators who lived near those relics loved to collect tolls for passing through them. Some relics might only require a single bottle of chaos nectar, but a very famous place like the Star Pagoda required 100 bottles of chaos nectar. Chapter 13:18. Within the space of the Star Pagoda. As soon as Zhou Tong entered the first floor, the space-time immediately changed. It was as if he had entered a great world. Whoosh! Wild winds howled, and yellow sand filled the sky. This was a desolate and scorching desert world. Endless wild winds swept up the sand, causing the world to be hazy. The scorching waves even distorted the air, forming strange mirages. My divine sense and heart force are both suppressed. Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat. He felt that his divine sense and heart force had been suppressed to a distance of only a few hundred meters. With such a range of divine sense and the distorted air, although this floor looked simple, it was actually like a maze, confusing the senses of cultivators and causing them to go back and forth. There are insect beasts there. Zhou Tong's eyes could clearly see that there were more than 10 ferocious-looking insect beasts in the distance. They were all roaring towards the sky, and their bodies were covered in dense scales that glowed with a metallic luster. However, those insect beasts didn't seem to have seen Zhou Tong, and they calmly walked past him. They can't see me because of the distortion of the air? Zhou Tong was startled, but he was already on guard. The suppression of this place was stronger than he had imagined. This distortion and mirage, in addition to the divine sense and heart force suppression, could easily cause others to not be able to sense him even if they came close. Zhou Tong entered this place and wandered around for a while, but he didn't find anything. This place was filled with yellow sand, and his divine sense and heart force were suppressed as well. Naturally, he couldn't discover anything. He didn't think too much about it and continued to fly forward. However, he didn't fly very fast because he wanted to find some of the mysteries of this world. He could feel that the scorching aura and the movement of the sand on this floor were definitely left behind on purpose. There might be many mysteries contained within. As he walked, he sensed the surrounding space-time. Gradually, a void image appeared in his mind. This was something he had deduced according to the rules of this place. This feeling, this layer should be something evolved from the Tao of the Void, the Tao of Fire, and the Tao of Earth. Zhou Tong gradually gained a hint of understanding. He had already roughly figured out the secrets of this layer. The maze created by the Tao of Void, the Tao of Fire, and the Tao of Earth had indeed left a deep impression on Zhou Tong, allowing him to sense an unusual way of using the Tao of Fire. Clang! Suddenly, a sword beam flew out from the sandstorm not too far away, slashing towards Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong casually pointed his finger, and a black flame flew towards the sword beam. Without making a sound, the entire sword beam was instantly annihilated. Even the cultivator who launched the sneak attack was struck by the black flame. His body was also reduced to ashes. In the end, only his treasures were left on the ground. Do you think my flame of destruction is child's play? Zhou Tong sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, he put away his spoils of war. The most important aspect of the flame of destruction was its ability to destroy. It was an incredibly powerful ability to destroy. The Tao of Fire was the most powerful Tao of destruction to begin with. Zhou Tong's most powerful attack, the Flame of Destruction, was already the most powerful attack a world-level cultivator could unleash. Even if other cultivators had mastered their most powerful Taos, they still might not necessarily be a match for Zhou Tong's Flame of Destruction. I've spent half a year on this floor. There are no longer any secrets hidden from me. Zhou Tong continued to advance. Now that he had fully understood the secrets of this floor, it was no longer a maze to him. He was able to advance as he pleased. Still, it makes sense. This floor was meant to be a place where world-level cultivators would be able to find good fortune and opportunities. Zhou Tong understood that the Grand Daos here were all very simple. There was no way they would have been left behind for Samsara Dao Lords. He quickly found the path to the second floor and continued to advance. The second floor actually wasn't that difficult. This entire world had been specially designed by the major power who had left behind the Star Pagoda. This place was filled with a strange black gale. This floor tested the fusion of the Tao of Wind and the Tao of the Void, but it was still limited to world-level cultivators. Thus, Zhou Tong was able to easily find the path to the higher floors. The third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, and the seventh floor were all passed by Zhou Tong in one go. It didn't take him much time at all. However, these floors also tested the fusion of the Tao of the Void and other Taos, and they were all world-level cultivators. If a world-level cultivator wished to pass the first 7 floors, they would most likely train in the Tao of the Void or have a deep enough foundation that they had dabbled in many different Taos. Clearly, Zhou Tong belonged to the second type. When he had viewed the scars of the Taos within the All-God estate, he had already accumulated a foundation that was comparable to that of any Verge-level Tao Lord. The only thing he lacked was some high-level techniques that would help him improve even more quickly. The first 7 floors weren't a problem for Zhou Tong at all. He was able to quickly pass through them. The 8th floor was clearly far more difficult than the first floor. This floor was filled with countless golems, and these golems were clearly more powerful than the golems within the Samsara grinders of the All-God estate. All of them were at least at the Supreme World level, and some of the more powerful golems were even at the Samsara Dao Lord level of power. At this stage, they would have to fight. Rumble, Zhou Tong casually sent out a stream of pitch-black flames towards one of the golems. Instantly, the 4-winged Samsara Dao Lord golem froze in place in midair before slowly disintegrating into dust. Rumble, the scorching flames were filled with an endless amount of destructive power. The flames then transformed into countless arrows that instantly pierced through a large group of golems, causing their bodies to tremble as they slowly disappeared into the void. Zhou Tong continued to slay the golems on this floor, but the more he advanced, the more powerful the golems in front of him became. This time, Zhou Tong continued to use only the Annihilation Flame. He was able to use the Annihilation Flame to perfection, and he was able to accurately burn away every single golem without wasting a single bit of its power. I can't keep going like this. I've already reached the apex of mastery in the Annihilation Flame. Next, I need to use other types of flames. In fact, I need to use other types of flames. The more he advanced, the more Zhou Tong felt that this wasn't the way to go. Although he could easily defeat all of the golems, this sort of battle was meaningless. It wouldn't have any positive effects on his improvement. Golems. Now that I think about it, can my Annihilation Flame be transformed into a golem? Zhou Tong suddenly had this thought. Zhou Tong knew quite a bit about the Tao of Golems. The records which Dao Lord All-God had collected contained detailed descriptions of it. However, if he wanted to transform flames into true golems, that would be extraordinarily difficult. Zhou Tong referred to this step as flame refining. He wanted to refine flames into something else. Chapter 1319. Within the Star Pagoda, Zhou Tong was advancing by himself, with a humanoid figure that looked almost identical to him by his side. The biggest difference between this humanoid figure and Zhou Tong was that this humanoid figure's hair and eyebrows were completely covered in pitch-black flames. This was the flame golem which Zhou Tong had created. The flame golem wielded a flaming saber in one hand and a flaming sword in the other, as it followed closely behind Zhou Tong. Boom! One of the flame golems charged towards Zhou Tong with a hatchet in its hands. Clang! A dazzling streak of flaming sword light slashed through the skies. The flame golem, which had been by Zhou Tong's side this entire time, swung its sword out like a flaming meteor. With a clang, it blocked the hatchet, then chopped down with the flaming saber in its other hand, chopping the flame golem in half. Just a bit off. The flame golem's sword was damaged. Zhou Tong was silent for a moment as he mentally analyzed the situation. A short while later, he began to draw a series of divine runes into the air. As soon as these runes appeared, they immediately fused into the flame golem. Boom! Instantly, the flames on the flame golem's body exploded with light. However, the flames quickly retracted, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, Zhou Tong sensed that there seemed to be some unusual changes happening to his flame puppet. Is this a sign of life? Zhou Tong mused to himself. The highest level of mastery in the Tao of constructs was the creation of life, the creation of true life. To many world-level cultivators, however, creating life wasn't that difficult a task. Nuwa, for example, had used her Tao of life to create humans within the three realms. However, this sort of creation was different from the creation of life in the Tao of constructs. The life created by Goddess Nviwa was not under her control, and it would not affect her in the future. However, the life of the Tao of puppets was different. This kind of life only had the ability to think and adapt, but it was still under the control of its master. Think about it for a moment. Could a golem, which was no longer under the control of its master, be called a golem? Only when it was under the control of its master would it be called a golem. If it was no longer under the control of its master, it would be a different life form. Using the annihilation flame to create a body, then using the flame of life to give it life. However, there are some critical areas which I have yet to fully understand. Zhou Tong mused to himself. The Tao of flame refinement actually stressed upon utilization and transformation. Utilizing and transforming flames to the limit, allowing the flames to be sufficient to construct puppets, transform into weapons, transform into medicinal pills. Let's continue forward. Zhou Tong led the reconstructed puppet and continued forward. As he advanced, he continued to improve his flame golem. Zhou Tong advanced at an extremely fast pace, and through the continuous battles, he was able to verify the shortcomings of the flame golem that he had created. The combination of the flames of life and the flames of destruction is somewhat similar to my original Nirvana divine body. I can fuse the profundities of my technique into it. His flame golem grew stronger and stronger. His mastery of the various uses of fire became more and more godly. His understanding of flame refinement also grew deeper and deeper. Moreover, as he advanced, his flame golem grew stronger and stronger. In the later stages, his flame golem was close to the strength of a Samsara Dowlord. However, that was the extent of it. This was because the flames he used were only the annihilation flame and the flame of life. The flame of life provided the flame golem with life and the ability to regenerate. The annihilation flame, on the other hand, provided the flame golem with an unparalleled destructive power. In terms of regenerative power and destructive power, this flame golem was comparable to a Samsara Downlord. However, it was much weaker in other aspects, such as explosive power, endurance, and many others. As he advanced, he encountered some cultivators who ambushed him. He also encountered some corpses of cultivators who had died here. The only thing he did not encounter was the fortune left behind by the Almighty who had left behind this space in the Star Pagoda. It seems as though there aren't many treasures left on the first 10 floors. The Star Pagoda has been here for so many years, and so many experts have searched this place. The first few floors probably don't have many treasures left. Zhou Tong shook his head. He decided not to think too much about it, instead continuing to test his understanding of the Tao of flame golems. The first 10 floors of the Star Pagoda were meant for world-level cultivators. Ordinary world-level cultivators were capable of challenging the first 7 floors, but the last 3 floors were generally only accessible to freakishly talented world gods. This was because some of the dangers here required the power of a Tao Lord to deal with. Starting from the 11th floor onwards, however, many of the dangers here required the power of a Tao Lord of the second step to deal with. Zhou Tong, however, was clearly not one of these restrictions. He made it all the way to the 11th floor by himself. Kill. As soon as he entered the 11th floor, a warrior dressed in golden armor brandished a divine golden saber. His entire body transformed into a streak of saber light that descended from the skies, chopping down viciously. Boom! The flame golem by Zhou Tong's side charged forward to meet the saber light. As soon as it was struck by the saber light, it instantly crumbled apart, transforming into a sea of flames that engulfed everything around it. The flame golem, which had been perfected to the limits of its current level, suddenly vanished into thin air. As for that streak of saber light, it only paused for a brief moment before continuing to descend with the force of Mount Tai. The fusion of the Tao of the saber and the power of the earth, as well as a hint of the power of destruction. As expected, just having 2 types of flames, life and death, isn't enough. Refining flames requires at least 3 or 4 types of flames. Zhou Tong's eyes were dark and cold, but his heart was incomparably calm. He analyzed his flame golem while observing the techniques used by that golden warrior. Boom! The tribulation fire godbow appeared in Zhou Tong's hands. The bowstring crackled as a streak of pitch-black light pierced straight through that terrifying streak of saber light, then continued to pierce through the golden golem. One could see that wherever the flames passed through, everything was charred black, be it the saber or the body of the golden golem. As soon as the pitch-black light pierced through them, a pitch-black hole was melted into them. Buzz! After that strike, the golden golem turned into a wisp of green smoke and completely dissipated. A golem! A strange look appeared in Zhou Tong's eyes. Could the creator of this Star Pagoda space be a golem master? Why were there so many golems on the later floors? However, my flaming golems are useless against Tao Lord golems of the second step. Next, I'll have to do it myself. Oh well, I'll just have to stay here and see if I'll be able to produce my third, most powerful flame. Zhou Tong continued forwards. Chapter 1320. When dealing with golems like these Tao Lord of the second step, aside from having enough destructive power, the most important things are speed and explosive power. My explosive flames have to be as powerful as they can be. Oh, I've misunderstood many things before. Controlling and refining flames are only the application of flames. The true core is still the Tao of fire fusion. The stronger and more types of flames I fuse, the closer I will be to the ultimate Tao of fire. It's not that we don't need the strongest flames at all. Instead, it's something that is inevitable. We should have the strongest flames in every aspect. At that time, when combined with fire control and fire refinement, that would be the true ultimate fire path. According to my predictions, I need to reach the fire of life, the fire of destruction, the fire of rupture, the fire of the burning heavens, and the fire of the heart. Then, I'll use the 5 strongest flames as a foundation and the way of fire to reach the ultimate way of fire. Zhou Tong had already understood the path he needed to take. Actually, the most powerful flames of the ultimate path of fire were very similar to the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of fire of the coiling dragon world. The coiling dragon world's elemental law of fire had a total of 6 profound mysteries, namely the elemental mystery of fire, the elemental mystery of fire, the elemental mystery of scorching heat, the elemental mystery of combustion, the elemental mystery of explosion, and the elemental mystery of light. Other than the most basic, profound mysteries of the fire element and the profound mysteries of the fire body technique, the other 4 could all be converted to the desolate era. For example, the profound mysteries of light ignition corresponded to the flame of the heart. The profound mysteries of explosion corresponded to the explosive fire, and the profound mysteries of burning corresponded to the profound mysteries of burning. The flame of life and the flame of destruction, however, were slightly different from the profound mysteries of the coiling dragon world. But overall, there were some similarities between the Daos of the 2 worlds. Zhou Tong thought about his own path as he moved forward. All of a sudden, a sense of fatal danger appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. Immediately, he stomped his foot and instantly left his original spot. But then, with a flash of light, the area where Zhou Tong was standing was instantly penetrated. Archers? It's been a long time since I've seen one. Zhou Tong realized that the shot just now was definitely an ambush by an archer. The location of the arrow is over there. Zhou Tong had already adjusted his body when he left. Then, he took out the Tribulation Fire Divine Bow. A pitch-black arrow instantly pierced through the void and directly pierced through a distant location. However, the arrow missed. Failed. Right, I forgot that this place suppresses heart force. My archery, which uses heart force as a guide, isn't very useful here. Moreover, since the opponent is an archer, he naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to stay in the same spot after missing a shot. Zhou Tong understood that using a bow in this place was not a good choice. Since that's the case, let's fight with another weapon. Zhou Tong put away the Tribulation Fire Divine Bow and then grabbed the air with his right hand. A white flame condensed into a divine sword. This was the white flame that Zhou Tong had the most explosive power. Zhou Tong directly used the divine flame sword as a weapon and brazenly charged into this floor. Bang! Right at this moment, yet another streak of light shot towards him from afar. The archer from before hadn't gone too far, and now he was attacking Zhou Tong once more. Zhou Tong let out a cold snort, then immediately brandished the divine flame sword in his hands and chopped down against the streak of light. The result, however, was obvious. Zhou Tong's sword instantly shattered, while the streak of light only changed direction slightly, brushing past Zhou Tong. An archer whose explosive power isn't comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the second step. Zhou Tong understood that the flames in his hands, which had yet to reach their most explosive power, definitely weren't comparable to an archer's. Archers were famous for their explosive power, after all. However, there are ways to increase explosive power. Zhou Tong felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. As he continued to meditate on the Tao of Fire, he began to mentally analyze the explosive power of his Tao of Fire. Zhou Tong focused wholeheartedly on attuning himself to the Omega Tao. All of the insights he had gained from Tao Lord All-God, as well as the insights he had gained from the Grand Taos he had gained from other worlds in his past life. Fire is the Tao with the greatest explosive power to begin with. However, if I want to continue to strengthen it, I'll have to infuse it with other Taos. For example, the explosive power of the Tao of the Bow and the explosive power of the Tao of Thunder. I already have a deep understanding of the Tao of the Bow and Arrow. Although the explosive power of the arrow will increase after being infused into the flames will gain an unnecessary penetrative power. I'll have to get rid of this penetrative power in order to further strengthen the explosive power of the flames. The crux of the matter is the method of fusing the flames described in the Eternal God Fire. I'll have to use this method to deal with the flames infused with the power of the arrow. As he continued to meditate, Zhou Tong continued to increase the explosive power of his white flames. At the same time, the divine flame sword in his hands grew more and more powerful, to the point where it was capable of blocking even the arrows of a Tao Lord of the second step. As his insights continued to increase, the Tao tree within the chaotic region of his golden pill began to change once more. An originally slender branch began to grow, becoming thicker and thicker. Soon, it had grown to the point where it was second only to the flames of life and the flames of annihilation. He was multitasking. While fighting against the golem lying in ambush, he was also carefully analyzing the Tao of Fire. At the same time, he was also using the eternal God Fire's fire-fusing technique within the chaotic region of his golden pill. He was beginning to fuse the most explosive flames that belonged solely to him. The flames infused with the power of the arrow have been perfectly processed. They've already abandoned their penetrative power and have further strengthened their explosive power. However, it's still not enough. I'll need some other insights before I can reach the strongest level. The more Zhou Tong meditated, the brighter his eyes became. Countless insights surged into his mind in an instant. Finally, Zhou Tong swung his sword once more. The white flame sword in his hand suddenly collided with a streak of light that was shooting towards him from afar. Boom! In an instant, the flames surged like a volcanic eruption and destroyed the stream of light in the blink of an eye. I've finally succeeded. The flames of the Tao of Fire. Explosive flames. Zhou Tong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In that instant, a branch that was not inferior to the flames of life and the flames of annihilation had appeared on the Tao tree within his golden pill. This represented the birth of the third, most powerful flame of his Tao of Fire. The third flame has appeared as well. Next up are the flames of the heart and the heaven-scorched flame. Zhou Tong knew that after leaving the all-god estate, he no longer had any major shortcomings when it came to building up his foundation. Next, all he needed to do was constantly gain insights, constantly battle, and constantly experience more things. Only then would he be able to quickly grow. Chapter 13:21. Bursting Fire. A white light flashed in Zhou Tong's palm, and a terrifying explosive power swept out in an instant. Countless bursts of power merged into one in an instant. Even as the flames flew out, there were no more sounds of explosions in the void. Only a loud explosion was heard at the end of the explosion. Boom! The flames were very calm, but such a terrifying sound could only be heard when the power was completely released. After the flames erupted, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Zhou Tong was stunned, and then he took a step forward and walked into the hole. Inside the hole was a passage overflowing with light and color. Zhou Tong could feel that this passage corresponded to other areas. Space passage. Zhou Tong walked alone in the space passage quietly. After walking for a while, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he vaguely felt something in his heart. He immediately made the flames erupt again, and suddenly, another hole appeared in the passage not far away. Zhou Tong took a step forward, and the opposite side of the passage was already another area. Zhou Tong could clearly see a golden armored warrior holding a bow and arrow looking not far away with a shocked expression. Is it the archer who has been sneaking up on me? Zhou Tong was stunned, and then he snorted coldly. The bursting fire instantly exploded, and his whole body turned into a long rainbow. He instantly rushed over and waved his fist. Boom! In the end, his fist was as violent as a volcanic eruption. There was a roar in the void, and wherever his fist passed, the space was constantly cracked. In front of him, the space of the Star Pagoda was as fragile as a piece of paper. This attack was unparalleled. The golden armored warrior suddenly reacted, but when he saw Zhou Tong's fist, he was so scared that his face turned pale. However, at this moment, there was no room for him to turn back. He could only wave his fist to block. The golden fist was like an arrow that pierced through everything. It flew through layers of the void like lightning and collided with Zhou Tong's fist like a meteor. Boom! Zhou Tong's fist paused for a moment, but immediately after, an explosive sound rang out once again. His flames erupted for the second time, and its power skyrocketed. With an unstoppable force, it destroyed his opponent's fist and finally landed on his opponent's head. Bang! With a soft sound, the opponent's head shattered like a watermelon. Then his entire body turned into a golden gas and dissipated into the void. I didn't expect that my flame explosion could actually destroy space and enter another space-time dimension. After killing the archer, Zhou Tong looked back and couldn't help but smile. The space of this desolate era world is divided into many dimensions. Only those with high attainments in the Tao of space-time could travel through space-time. Zhou Tong could teleport previously, but that was only limited to traveling in the same space-time dimension. But now, his explosive power was so strong that he could directly destroy the spatial laws in an area and directly enter another dimension. This was a way to use the power of the Tao of fire to destroy the Tao of space and forcefully enter another space-time dimension. Legend has it that only by cultivating a Tao to the extreme and reaching the realm of comprehending all Taos could one use a single Tao to forcefully enter the domain of other Taos. And now, Zhou Tong had reached this level. The appearance of the third supreme flame also means that my Tao of fire has improved. I'm closer to the ultimate Tao of fire of the Tao Lord of the first step. Zhou Tong was a little excited. This was also an improvement on the path of cultivation. Buzz! However, just as Zhou Tong was feeling excited, the void suddenly distorted, and a figure appeared in front of Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's eyes narrowed as he immediately looked over. It was a middle-aged man dressed in white who looked rather refined. You are... Zhou Tong was a little hesitant as he looked at the person in front of him. This person didn't give him the feeling that he was a living being, but something similar to the spirit of a formation or treasure. I'm the treasure spirit of the Star Pagoda. You could just call me Star Pagoda. Cultivator, what's your name? The elegant man asked. Hearing this person's self-introduction, Zhou Tong was slightly relieved. It was indeed a treasure spirit, and the treasure spirit of the Star Pagoda. I'm Tribulation Fire, Zhou Tong immediately said. Congratulations on comprehending another Supreme Tao. It will be very easy for you to become a Samsara Tao Lord in the future. The treasure spirit called Star Pagoda congratulated, but soon its tone changed. However, I have to regretfully inform you that you may have to leave this place. What do you mean? Zhou Tong asked. This Star Pagoda dimension was left behind by my master, the hegemon of 1,000 stars, for the sake of accepting a disciple. My master became a hegemon through the Tao of the Void, so his successor will definitely walk the Tao of the Void. As for you, you walk the Tao of Fire, so you won't be able to refine me. Continuing to stay here will be a waste of time, the treasure spirit continued. So you're saying that I've met the requirements to refine you? Zhou Tong looked at the treasure spirit and asked. The magic treasure spirit was silent for a while and then said, the test here is set according to the cultivation level of each person. Although there are cases of experts who purposely divert trouble to others, cultivators who are proficient in the way of the void can avoid it. In short, if there are no experts who have maliciously diverted trouble, given that you have mastered 3 supreme Taos, you should be able to just barely pass this trial. However, passing this trial doesn't mean that you'll be able to refine me. As I said earlier, the prerequisite for refining me is that you have to walk the Tao of the Void. Thus, you'll be wasting time if you continue. However, my master isn't a stingy person. According to my master's instructions, if a cultivator like you appears, I'll give you a small gift. So long as you agree to withdraw, I'll give it to you right now. As the treasure spirit spoke, he looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded. I withdraw. He hadn't come here for the Star Pagoda in the first place. He had come here to gain experience and see if there were any treasures or legacies he could acquire. Congratulations on making a wise choice. The treasure spirit nodded, then levitated into the air next to him. Moments later, a jade slip appeared. Since you walk the Tao of Fire, then this Fire Lord chapter should be quite suitable for you. This is a Tao left behind by one of the most monstrously talented Tao Lords of the Tao of Fire that my master encountered. Although that Tao Lord failed as a Tao Lord of the second step, my master still holds this Fire Lord chapter in high esteem. As he spoke, the treasure spirit pushed the jade slip towards Zhou Tong. Chapter 1322. Origin of Fire Chapter. The strongest Tao Lord who cultivated the Tao of Fire. Zhou Tong took the jade slip with some anticipation and probed it with his divine sense. As usual, it was a useless life oath at the beginning. Soon, a large amount of information poured into Zhou Tong's sea of consciousness. It was the path left behind by the strongest Tao Lord who cultivated the Tao of Fire, the ruler of 1,000 stars. After reading it, Zhou Tong was shocked. He had to admit that this was a heaven-defying Tao Lord who walked the ultimate Tao of Fire. He walked the ultimate Tao of Fire and had a deeper understanding of fire than he did. After realizing this, Zhou Tong became even more diligent in comprehending the Fire Source chapter. This was something left behind by a senior who walked on the same path as him. On his path, this person traveled all over the universe and mastered countless types of Tao fires in the universe. He even used these Tao fires as a foundation to deduce and fuse endless flames. Flames filled with endless destruction, flames filled with endless ice, flames with incomparably explosive power, and even flames with a charming effect. As he comprehended, Zhou Tong's understanding of this world's Tao of Fire became deeper and deeper. More and more ideas gradually emerged in his mind. The Tao of other worlds transformed into the Tao of Fire of the desolate era faster and faster, and more. In the process of Zhou Tong's comprehension, some brand new branches grew out of the Tao tree in the Golden Pill's chaotic space, which represented the brand new flames that Zhou Tong mastered. They were ice flames, yin flames, soul flames. They were of different attributes. Although there were no flames that could grow to be as thick as the flame of life for the time being, the trunk of the Tao tree had clearly become thicker. The Golden Pill's chaotic space also grew more and more stable with the growth of the Tao tree. The Star Pagoda's treasure spirit did not know whether to laugh or cry when it saw Zhou Tong enter a state of cultivation. This was the Star Pagoda's chaotic space, where all kinds of dangers could appear at any time. Forget it, I'll give you a hand. This isn't against Master's orders. The magic treasure spirit waved its hand, and the space around Zhou Tong distorted. His position had already been separated from the surrounding space. After you come out, you'll have to find a way to leave by yourself, the Star Pagoda's magic treasure spirit said. Then, it disappeared from Zhou Tong's side. However, at this moment, Zhou Tong was still immersed in the origin of Fire chapter. The Tao Lord who created this technique had recorded in detail some of his insights into the essence of fire in the chaos universe in his legacy. Any cultivator who had embarked on the path of an Omega Tao would have an extraordinary ability to sense the quintessence of the chaos verse. Naturally, this was the case for the creator of the Fire Essence chapter. His understanding of the essence of fire in the chaos verse far surpassed that of any cultivator Zhou Tong had ever met. Zhou Tong was completely entranced as he read. Today, he had obtained the origin of Fire chapter. This would definitely allow him to completely master the Omega Tao of Fire within 100 years, allowing him to become a Samsara Tao Lord. At the very end of the origin of Fire chapter, the Tao Lord had explained in detail why he had failed the Tao merge. So that's how it is. So that's why he failed. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh. Fire was the most violent and passionate energy in the universe. If one wanted to control this sort of energy, one had to have an incredibly precise level of control over it. The more powerful a flame was, the more one had to have an incredibly high level of control over it. Otherwise, one would only end up burning themselves to death. Clearly, the creator of the origin of Fire chapter didn't have enough control over his flames. Thus, the more powerful his flames were, the more dangerous it would be for him. As for the Tao Lord of life and death, that was because he hadn't paid much attention to his ability to control his flames. To be precise, he had overestimated his ability to control his flames. This was why there was no turning back on his path to becoming a Samsara Tao Lord. In the end, he had only been able to become a Tao Lord of the second step. He had failed at the third step. His flames lacked the Tao of fire control. In other words, his Tao of fire control wasn't up to standard. From this point of view, his Omega Tao of fire was still lacking in many aspects. Zhou Tong understood. I was right when I decided that the first step of the Omega Tao of fire was to have the greatest amount of control over it. After learning from this failed Tao Lord, Zhou Tong began to understand more and more that he had been on the right path. Controlling fire was the most important step in the Omega Tao of fire, and it was the key to whether or not one would be able to truly reach the Omega Tao of fire. The Tao of fire, what level of mastery does one have to reach before they are considered sufficient? Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, feeling rather uncertain. Although he placed a great deal of importance on the Tao of fire, his flames would continue to grow as he fused with more and more flames in the future. What level of mastery over the Tao of fire would one have to reach before they could truly be considered perfect and infallible? Zhou Tong himself didn't dare to make any guarantees. I still have to pay more attention to the Tao of fire control. The previous cultivator who walked the Omega Tao of fire had failed on this path. Zhou Tong thought to himself. But other than the way of controlling fire, the techniques described in this volume of the Origin of Fire chapter are not bad. They can be perfectly integrated into my system. All right, I'll take advantage of this opportunity to complete the remaining 2 types of flames that I had previously drawn up. Zhou Tong's heart stirred, and he immediately began to fuse them. A ball of golden flame and a ball of purple flame appeared in the chaotic space of his golden pill at the same time. Very quickly, different types of flames appeared bit by bit, and they began to integrate into the 2 balls of flames in an orderly manner. With Zhou Tong's control over the Tao of fire, and with his previous comprehension of the Origin of Fire chapter, his understanding of the Tao of fire had skyrocketed. At this moment, it was very easy for him to fuse the 2 balls of flames together. The golden flame burned more and more fiercely, gradually becoming a prairie fire. The scorching flames almost formed a sea of fire, engulfing large areas of the chaotic space of the golden pill. The entire world turned into a golden color. On the other side, the purple fire of heart, which had fused with soul fire, heart force, and many other powers related to the soul and the true spirit, became colder and colder, vaguely revealing a terrifying demonic nature. After these 2 types of flames took shape, 2 incomparably thick branches appeared on his Tao tree. They were the burning heaven flame, which represented an area of effect attack, and the fire of heart, which represented a spiritual sense and soul attack. At this point, the 5 strongest flames that Zhou Tong had imagined before had completely taken shape. The scarlet fire of life, the pitch-black fire of destruction, the white bursting fire, the golden burning heaven flame, and the purple fire of heart. Chapter 13:23. The 5 strongest divine fires have been prepared. I feel that these 5 flames are far from reaching the limit of my control. Zhou Tong thought. Suddenly, the 5 flames flew out at the same time and turned into a 5-colored divine sword. Zhou Tong waved the divine sword and immediately broke the layer of distorted space set up by the Star Pagoda's magic treasure spirit. He reappeared in the space of the Star Pagoda. This is... Just as Zhou Tong was about to put down the 5-color divine sword, he suddenly felt that his 5 flames vaguely had a wonderful attraction. These 5 flames could complement each other. Only by connecting them could they truly be one. So that's how it is. So this is the Fire Tao origin described in the Fire Origin chapter. At this moment, Zhou Tong instantly understood the so-called Fire Tao origin. Although his 5 strongest flames were only 5 branches, they contain the 5 strongest directions of flames in essence. By connecting these 5 flames and then carefully analyzing them, almost all flames in the world could be derived. And these 5 great flames were actually the 5 main parts of the complete fire elemental Tao. The path of fire refinement that I deduced earlier is the main part to integrate the 5 major parts. Zhou Tong understood in his heart that even if other people had mastered these 5 different strongest flames, it would not be so easy for them to find the part where they could integrate these 5 flames. Only Zhou Tong, who had comprehended the way of flame refinement before, was able to detect the connection between these 5 flames in such a short period of time. Well, my fire path origin still has flaws. There are still several branches of flames that I have not mastered. Zhou Tong thought. Several flames suddenly appeared in the chaotic space of the golden pill in his body. At the same time, several types of flames were instantly integrated. In an instant, the Tao tree grew new branches again. The fire path origin was a natural path. It was naturally very different from the sword path and the saber path, which were full of artificial traces. That was, even after reaching the strongest and the most powerful aspects of this natural path, there was still a gap between it and the final perfection. At this time, the cultivator needed to be knowledgeable enough to realize what they were lacking. However, Zhou Tong already had the foundation of Tao Lord All God, and he had also read the Essence of Fire chapter, left behind by another cultivator who walked the path of the ultimate Tao of Fire. With these 3 advantages at the same time, he was able to instantly understand what he was lacking. But now, as Zhou Tong filled in the parts that he lacked on his own, his fire elemental Tao began to complete on its own. All the paths began to complete on their own. This was because his various flames had evolved from the essence of fire of the Chaos Verse. Now that he had gathered all the necessary ingredients, he would naturally be able to achieve perfection. There was no need to push further. Speaking of which, I'm only half a step away from the true ultimate path of fire, Zhou Tong thought to himself after a moment of silence. The true ultimate path of fire didn't actually have a strongest path. The various flames didn't evolve in the chaotic space of his golden pill. Instead, they were all one. It was the most basic and ultimate one. There is no such thing as an ultimate Tao, and the ultimate Tao of fire was naturally the same. The fire elemental Tao was a complete Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The countless flames could only be considered as all things. The so-called strongest flame and the so-called perfect connection of a strongest flame could be considered as 3. However, this was not the ultimate path of fire at all. Instead, it was the most basic and ultimate one that could only be achieved by mastering. Only then would one be considered to have truly grasped the ultimate Tao of fire. Overall, it's a combination of fire control, fire fusion, and fire refinement. Zhou Tong thought to himself, if I say that I've only mastered 3 at this stage, then fire control, fire melting, and fire refining are 2. Only by going one step further can I be considered 1. In truth, the creator of the Fire Lord chapter didn't actually master the ultimate Tao of fire. His Tao merge was similar to mine. He vaguely found the path to an Omega Tao, but he wasn't able to complete it. He could be considered to have mastered half of an Omega Tao. The final half step of the Omega Tao is the most dangerous part of the Omega Tao. If you don't complete that final half step, you'll probably find it very hard to even become a Tao Lord of the 4th step. However, this final half step should also be the most difficult half step. I'll have to break through this final half step through endless trials and tribulations. Zhou Tong rose to his feet, then turned and left the Star Pagoda. There were no longer any other treasures to be found within the Star Pagoda. Zhou Tong returned the way he had come, quickly leaving the Star Pagoda. After leaving the Star Pagoda, Zhou Tong didn't hesitate at all. He went to the space-time transfer array and prepared to head to the next territory. He had been using the name of Vast Heaven Palace this entire time, and so he naturally wanted to go take a look at the Vast Heaven Everworld. However, The vast heaven everworld was very far away from his current territory, separated by several territories. Even if he continuously teleported along the way, it would still take him nearly 100 years. This was because there were many places where teleportation was impossible. One had to rely on flying or teleporting to advance. These places were also the most dangerous places in the universe, with the most bandits and robbers. Of course, they were also the places with the most opportunities. However, for Zhou Tong, as long as he didn't encounter a samsara, a lord of the third step, or a supreme formation set down by a major power, there was nothing to be afraid of. In fact, for the current him, this was the path of tempering that he wanted the most. It was a path that would allow him to master the true ultimate Tao of fire. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Zhou Tong continued to advance, tempering himself. During these 100 years, he experienced countless dangers and saw countless wonders of the universe. During this process, he also acquired an ocean's worth of techniques and legacies. Some were soul-scoured from the minds of his foes, while others were from the legacies of his predecessors in the ruins of secret realms. During this process, he had been pursued by some samsara Tao lords who had gone mad after failing their Tao merge. He had also accidentally fallen into the traps that major powers had set up before they died. He had even hunted down quite a few samsara Tao lords. These 100 years of tempering had allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds in his mastery of the Tao of fire. Controlling fire, fusing fire, refining fire. These were the two of the one is two, and he had long since mastered them. Now all that was left was the final one. On this day, Zhou Tong arrived at the most difficult part of the journey to Vast Heaven Palace, the Sea of Darkness. Chapter 1324. Atop an astonishingly powerful teleportation planet within the primordial chaos. Rumble, a fountain that was 30,000 meters tall, was glowing with rainbow light under the illumination of the stars. There were a total of 3 such majestic fountains on this planet, which is why this planet was known as the Three Springs Planet. The Three Springs Planet was the planet closest to the Sea of Darkness in the vast chaos verse. Although this planet was also home to a space-time transfer array, it wasn't nearly as bustling as the other ones. This was because the people who came here were either adventurers heading to the Sea of Darkness or cultivators who needed to pass through the Sea of Darkness to travel to other realms. These cultivators were generally world-level cultivators at the very least. Thus, compared to other teleportation arrays, there weren't many people here. Next up is the Sea of Darkness. Zhou Tong left the teleportation array. He stood high up in the air, staring at the distant emptiness as a hint of eagerness appeared in his eyes. The Sea of Darkness could be described as the most dangerous place on the road to Vast Heaven Palace. Even world-level cultivators would need hundreds of years to pass through this place. He didn't know what sort of things he would encounter on his way here, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. However, right at this moment, he was completely stunned. A long moment later, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. So that's how it is. I didn't expect to gain enlightenment at a time like this. So this is the ultimate Tao of fire, the ultimate Tao of fire, the ultimate Tao of fire, the elemental Tao of fire, the elemental Tao of fire, the elemental Tao of fire, the ultimate Tao of fire was nothing more than a small part of it. Control over all flames? I can already do that, Zhou Tong murmured softly. At the same time, he slowly stretched out his right hand. A dazzling ball of fire began to coalesce in his palm, and then the flames began to dance and flicker, taking on countless different forms. For a moment, the area around him was filled with blazing heat, with life, with deathly stillness, with icy frost. Countless auras and countless types of flames began to appear within the ball of fire in his palm. A single ball of fire represented all flames. A single ball of fire contained all of the mysteries of all flames. Rumble. In an instant, a mysterious energy rippled through the universe like the strings of a zither, resonating with Zhou Tong's heart. Zhou Tong subconsciously turned his head to look into the depths of the universe. Thanks to his profound senses, he could sense the quintessence of fire in the depths of the chaos verse. However, at this moment, as Zhou Tong comprehended the ultimate fire elemental Tao, the fire elemental Tao that maintained the stability of the entire universe began to produce a mysterious resonance with Zhou Tong. In the future, I won't need to deliberately train in this resonance at all. Just by listening to the zither ripples of the Tao of fire every day, I'll be able to improve significantly, Zhou Tong said to himself. However, since I've already made it this far, I might as well break through to become a Tao Lord. Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat, and he silently left the mountain he was standing on. He even left the Three Springs planet and came to a more desolate place in this territory. Whoosh! Zhou Tong descended upon a desolate planet, then immediately entered his own estate. He activated all of the formations and barriers, causing the entire estate to be covered in layers of light that blocked out all forms of investigation. Zhou Tong sat down in the lotus position within the chaos world of his estate. He said softly, "Let's begin." Rumble. Instantly, Zhou Tong's aura began to change. This was the aura of a Tao, the aura of a Tao that belonged to him, the aura of the ultimate fire elemental Tao. Samsara Tao Lords walked the line between life and death with every step they took. They had to walk their own Tao. Each step they took was a matter of life and death. They had to be extremely determined in order to succeed. Rumble. In an instant, the entire primordial chaos began to tremble violently. Endless amounts of primordial chaos energy formed into a terrifying vortex that was inconceivably large. The ripples generated by his breakthrough even reached the distant Three Springs planet. These ripples? What's going on? Is some major power breaking through? Such a terrifying aura and ripples. I can't believe it. Such terrifying ripples, such a terrifying Tao Lord aura. Can it be that he's breaking through to become a Tao Lord of the third or fourth step? Countless world-level cultivators flew into the air from Three Springs planet, staring at the source of those incredible ripples from afar. They could sense that an enormous creature had suddenly appeared within the previously calm, primordial chaos. It was churning and roiling, and the power of the vibrations alone was enough to cause them to feel disbelief. This scorching aura is truly terrifying. Is some fellow Taoist about to break through to become a Tao Lord of the third or fourth step? Judging from the aura of the Tao of fire, if this is a Tao Lord of the third step, he'd be considered a powerful expert. But if he's a Tao Lord of the fourth step, his Tao is far too weak. Naturally, some of the Samsara Tao Lords noticed Zhou Tong's breakthrough and turned to look at him in surprise. However, although they were surprised, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Judging from this aura, this person was only about to break through to become a Tao Lord of the third or fourth step. If he was a Tao Lord of the third step, it would mean that he was a genius who would become one of the core Eternal Emperors once he reached the Tao Merge. If he was a Tao Lord of the fourth step, there was even less to say. Once he reached the Tao Merge, he would definitely become one of the weakest Eternal Emperors. However, right at this moment, within Zhou Tong's body, within the chaos region of the Golden Pill, rumble. The Tao tree that had been 360,000 meters tall began to absorb Zhou Tong's insights into the Tao of fire, causing it to grow at high speed. It was growing at a very slow rate, but it was growing thicker and thicker. For Samsara Tao Lords, the faster they grew, the thicker their Tao trees would become. Samsara Tao Lords who were Verge-level Tao Lords would all have Tao trees that were 540,000 meters tall, but they would all have different thicknesses. Some freakishly talented Tao Lords would have Tao trees that were so thick that even a single branch from them would be comparable to the trunk of the weakest Tao Lords. However, given Zhou Tong's current foundation, his Tao tree was the thickest of all Tao Lords on the same level. However, his Tao tree was still growing. It was growing taller and thicker, and its roots extended to every corner of the Golden Pill's chaos region, causing the chaos region within the Golden Pill to grow more and more stable. At the same time, it was also causing the chaos region within the golden pill to begin to expand. When the Tao tree reached a height of 52,000 meters, it finally came to a stop. However, the chaos region within the golden pill continued to wildly expand, and its aura grew increasingly vast. The golden pill within his body was becoming increasingly mysterious as well. Finally, it's time to reconstruct my divine body. Zhou Tong's phoenix body appeared once more, and then his entire body began to burn. After burning away his old body, he used the Omega Fire Tao to create a brand new divine body. The aura of a Tao Lord spread outwards in an awe-inspiring manner. Chapter 1325. Zhou Tong broke through to become a Tao Lord quite quickly. In just 2 hours, he succeeded. However, the turbulent chaotic vortex in the outside world did not stop, because Zhou Tong was still using the opportunity of this breakthrough to create more azure flower water droplets. Every time he broke through, it would be an opportunity for chaotic force to flow in from the outside world. Only then would he have unlimited chaotic force to use. If it were any other time, who knew how many resources it would take to fill up the azure flower space with water droplets? Boom! The chaotic vortex surged, as if endless chaotic force was madly pouring into Zhou Tong's body. The frenzied chaotic force grew more and more intense, even affecting the entire Tianyu region where Three Springs Planet was located. Countless people were shocked to the core. Impossible! How can a breakthrough require so much primal chaos energy? The Samsara Tao Lords who had previously thought Zhou Tong to be fairly weak were instantly shocked. The amount of chaos energy he was absorbing right now was unfathomably greater than that of most Tao Lords of the fourth step, and he was still absorbing it. Could it be that the innate divine body, or the golden pill, is an extremely monstrous cultivator who broke through? For example, a cultivator who is trained in the Thousand Body Sutra? Some of the Samsara Tao Lords immediately thought of the Thousand Bodies Sutra, which was the most widely circulated technique in the Chaos Verse. Time passed by bit. Zhou Tong was still absorbing the vast amount of chaotic force, transforming it into the water droplets in the azure flower space. Dida, golden droplets of water appeared in the azure flower space. Each droplet of water contained more power than Zhou Tong's combined power. After swallowing and spitting for 3 whole days, he finally stopped. With this breakthrough, the number of water droplets he possessed had reached 3,600. Given my 3,600 water droplets and my Omega Fire Tao, I imagine that not even most Tao Lords of the fourth step would be a match for me. Zhou Tong felt rather delighted. He hadn't imagined that he would be able to acquire 3,600 of these droplets as a Samsara Tao Lord. As expected of a technique that an autarch spent countless amounts of blood, sweat, and tears to create. Unfortunately, this technique can only be used up to the level of Samsara Tao Lords. There's no way it can be used up to a higher level. Zhou Tong felt rather regretful. However, he quickly turned his attention back to his divine body. This time, his divine body had been recast using the ultimate Tao of fire. At the same time, his Tao tree had also become an ultimate Tao tree of fire. At this moment, as Zhou Tong closed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings, he immediately saw a path further into the ultimate path of fire. This was like looking into the distance from a high place. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Thus, many freakishly talented Samsara Tao Lords would often break through to become Tao Lords of the second step within 1,000 years after breaking through to become Tao Lords of the first step. Zhou Tong, however, had spent more than 1,000 years as a mere Tao Lord of the second step. Given my current rate of improvement in the Tao of Omega Fire, I should be able to break through to become a Tao Lord of the second step in roughly 5 to 10 years. Let's wait until I make my breakthrough. Zhou Tong had no intention of leaving. Instead, he planned to make a breakthrough before leaving and crossing the Sea of Darkness. Time flowed on year after year. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Rumble. Right at this moment, an incomparably scorching aura suddenly surged forth. A terrifying chaos vortex once more descended upon Zhou Tong's body. His ultimate Tao of fire had broken through once more, and he had broken through to become a Tao Lord of the second step. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Tao tree within his golden pills chaos region began to grow once more. It was enormous, towering, and every single branch was like a flood dragon. The Tao tree, which had originally only been 52,000 meters tall, began to grow once more. The branches of the Tao tree grew stronger and stronger, and the trunk grew thicker and thicker. This time, the Tao tree grew extremely quickly. In a very short period of time, it had grown to a height of 84,000 meters. 84,000 meters was the limit for a Tao Lord of the second step's Tao tree. Generally speaking, even if an ordinary Tao Lord broke through to become a Tao Lord of the second step, they would only reach a height of 70,000 meters. Only by slowly perfecting their Taos would they be able to reach 84,000 meters. However, the ultimate Tao was different. Every breakthrough was complete, and that was the limit. In the future, once he broke through to become a Tao Lord of the fourth step, it would be equivalent to him reaching the verge of the Tao merge. The first few steps of the ultimate Tao of fire are very easy. Breaking through to become a Tao Lord of the second step or Tao Lord of the third step is very simple. However, breaking through to become a Tao Lord of the fourth step is extraordinarily difficult. Zhou Tong understood that the reason he was able to break through so quickly was mainly because he had benefited from his past life. The insights he had gained from the grand Taos of his past life were extremely useful right now. In particular, the profound mysteries of the laws that the heavenly horned ant's true fate had brought back from the coiling dragon world were extremely useful for his breakthrough. All he needed to do was slightly modify those profound mysteries and remove some of the unsuitable parts, and he would easily be able to take a large step forward in his ultimate Tao of fire. However, Zhou Tong could sense that this sort of thing should have pretty much stopped once he became a Tao Lord of the third step. The grand Taos and information from other worlds would no longer be of any use to him. Rumble. The primordial chaos began to surge as a terrifying chaos vortex once more swept through the entire realm of oblivion. This time, the tremors were even more intense than before, causing countless cultivators to feel stunned. How many years has it been? He actually made another breakthrough? How could he have done it so quickly? A Samsara Tao Lord couldn't understand. He made another breakthrough in less than 10 years? Based on what I know, there's only one possibility. His previous breakthrough was when he became a Tao Lord of the first step, and now he's breaking through to become a Tao Lord of the second step. Only the most monstrously talented of Tao Lords can make multiple breakthroughs in such a short period of time. Another Samsara Tao Lord sighed to himself. However, it was precisely because he had guessed as much that he was stunned like never before. Supposedly, most Tao Lords who were able to become hegemons after making their breakthroughs were able to go from being Tao Lords of the first step to being Tao Lords of the second step within 1,000 years, or even a century. If this Tao Lord had made his breakthrough in less than 10 years, how powerful was his Tao? When he had made his breakthrough, his terrifying aura was comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the third step. Now that he was a Tao Lord of the second step, could it be that he was comparable to a verge-level Tao Lord of the fourth step? The more they pondered this question, the more the countless cultivators felt their hearts tremble. This sort of power was simply far too terrifying, far beyond the legends. Rumble. Finally, the chaos vortex came to a halt, and Zhou Tong's absorption of primordial chaos energy came to an end. A Tao tree that is 24,000 meters tall. I've finally become a Tao Lord of the second step. Zhou Tong rose to his feet. Next, while traversing the sea of darkness, I'll continue to gain insights into the third level of the Omega Fire Tao. Hopefully, I'll be able to become a Tao Lord of the third step before I find Vast Heaven Palace. Time to go. After emerging from seclusion, Zhou Tong didn't hesitate at all. He immediately flew towards the Sea of Darkness. Chapter 1326. Whoosh! After flying continuously for several days, Zhou Tong finally arrived at the edge of the Sea of Darkness. It was an incomparably chaotic spatial ocean that surged like seawater. Even standing at the very edge, Zhou Tong could feel wave after wave of space crashing towards him. The Sea of Darkness, the Sea of Space, there are so many dangerous places in this world. In my opinion, this Sea of Space is probably close to the realm sea on the other side of shrouding heaven. Zhou Tong thought to himself, and then his entire body instantly burst forth and charged directly into the Sea of Darkness. With Zhou Tong's current ultimate Tao of fire, his instantaneous burst of speed had completely reached 30 times the speed limit of the heavenly Tao, surpassing light, surpassing electricity, surpassing everything, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. Boom! The moment Zhou Tong entered the Sea of Darkness, wave after wave of space crashed over like a tide, causing Zhou Tong's speed to greatly decrease. So that's how it is. The Sea of Space, the space is like a tide. The pressure in this place really isn't small. Zhou Tong thought to himself. But this place is also very strange. It's a good opportunity to comprehend the Tao of space here. Zhou Tong immediately slowed down and flew through the Sea of Darkness. As he flew, he sensed the mysterious tide of space around him. Comprehending the Tao of space of this world, he gradually entered the depths of the Sea of Darkness. Just a month after Zhou Tong entered the Sea of Darkness, he finally encountered a living creature. An ear-piercing shriek instantly sounded in Zhou Tong's ears. A strange creature that was pitch black all over like a bat appeared out of thin air from the tide of space. As soon as it appeared, it immediately waved its sharp claws and clawed at Zhou Tong. A bat! Zhou Tong's eyes turned, and suddenly wherever his gaze passed, space boiled. Almost in an instant, the pitch-black bat-like creature silently disintegrated in the void waves. Yeah. Bats had always lived in groups. After the first odd bat was dealt with, even more odd bats appeared in the void. All of them charged fearlessly at Zhou Tong. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Tong sent out a clump of scorching flames. In the blink of an eye, a large number of odd bats were instantly incinerated to nothingness. Even their claws and tails, which were comparable to Tao weapons, were extinguished by the flames. Odd bats were special creatures that were born in the special environment of the Sea of Darkness. Their intelligence was low, almost the same as the wild beasts of the mortal world, and their lifespans were also very short. Even though they had the power of a world-level expert, they wouldn't be able to live for more than 300 years. Once they reached the end of their lifespan, they would naturally turn to dust. There is only one way to increase one's lifespan, and that was to undergo a transition in one's life. The lowest level black odd bats could only live for 300 years, while the higher level silver odd bats could live for an entire chaos cycle. As for the highest level golden odd bats, they could live forever. But of course, golden odd bats were extremely rare, and their entire bodies were filled with treasures. Generally speaking, upon appearing, they would be quickly slain by other Samsara Dao lords, skinned, and sold for money. Odd bats are quite interesting creatures. I wonder if I'll be able to run into a golden odd bat. However, I've pretty much mastered the Tao of space in this place. I'll slowly meditate on the remaining things in this flying vessel. Zhou Tong said one last time, then took out a flying vessel. This was also an eternal weapon-grade flying boat that he had obtained when he was exploring the ruins 100 years ago. This type of flying vessel was capable of moving at 5 times the speed of the heavens. Using this vessel, one would be able to cross the Sea of Darkness in just 200 years. I'll let you all take turns controlling the flying vessel. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and a dozen or so world-level cultivators, both male and female, instantly flew out from within his estate. He had roamed the Chaos-verse for quite some time, and had explored countless places. He had displayed his power many times, and so there were naturally people who were willing to serve him. As for Zhou, there were times when he would need some subordinates to help him deal with some troublesome matters, such as intelligence gathering, or even coachmen who would be in charge of controlling the flying vessel. He had over 10 world-level retainers within his estate, and now he had released all of them. Yes, master. The leader of the retainers immediately took over control of the flying vessel, then began to drive it through the sea of darkness. Rumble. The flying boat soared in the sea of darkness at a crushing speed. It soon broke through the speed limit of the heavens, and its speed continued to soar. Soon, it reached 5 times the speed limit of the heavens before it stabilized and began to move forward at that speed. As for Zhou, he quietly took out some wine and sat down by the side of the vessel, savoring the wine while carefully attuning to the spatial sea outside. Time slowly flowed on. The most common creatures within the Sea of Darkness were oddbats. On average, one would encounter an attack from a large group of oddbats once every 3 or 5 days. In fact, every 2 or 3 years, one would even encounter a silver oddbat. These silver oddbats were every bit as powerful as any supreme world god. In fact, they were slightly more powerful than most supreme world gods. However, this level of power was nothing in front of Zhou. With a casual wave of his hand, he was able to crush both the silver oddbat and the black oddbat it commanded. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, 200 years went by. This journey was quite peaceful, and they didn't encounter any special dangers. The most common creatures they encountered were oddbats. There were a few rarer creatures, but they weren't nearly as dangerous as the silver oddbats. During the past 200 years, Zhou dozen or so retainers had taken turns acting as his coachmen. This was why the flying vessel was able to continue to advance at high speeds. However, Zhou would often give them pointers and even transmit some of the legacies and techniques he had acquired to them as rewards. But of course, this was what they looked forward to the most. After all, the reason they followed experts was to bask in their glory. During the past 200 years, all of his retainers had grown by varying degrees in power. However, Zhou was still the one who had grown the fastest in terms of cultivation. Every few years, his retainers would be able to sense that Zhou aura was becoming more and more unfathomable. They didn't even dare to imagine what level Zhou cultivation had reached. Zhou himself was certain that he could break through to become a Downlord of the 3rd step whenever he wished. However, he was still trapped within the infinitely dangerous Sea of Darkness, which was why he hadn't made the breakthrough yet. On this day, the flying vessel suddenly shuddered. Zhou, who had been immersed in his cultivation, opened his eyes. Once we pass through the Sea of Darkness, I'll be able to break through to become a Downlord of the 3rd step. Zhou instructed, then immediately entered his estate and began to make his breakthrough. Chapter 1327. The hibernating lake star was the space-time transfer array closest to Vast Heaven Palace. Rumble, one day, the space-time transfer array lit up with light. Moments later, Zhou figure appeared within it. As soon as he appeared, the aura of a Downlord instantly spread out, instantly scaring the nearby Zhu Shun and Zhu Xian into silence. Now that I'm here, I'll be very close to Vast Heaven Palace. Zhou waved his hand, causing a flying vessel to appear. He immediately entered the vessel, which then soared into the skies. Now, all he needed to do was fly for a few days, then pass through a natural spatial maelstrom and arrive at the region where Vast Heaven Palace was located. After that, he would have to spend another month on the vessel to reach his destination. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Zhou arrived at the Vast Heaven world. As he stood there, Zhou could see the peaks of the distant mountains. Hidden within the clouds, he could vaguely see a series of palaces. In his heart, he knew that this was Vast Heaven Palace. Whoosh! Zhou flew directly towards Vast Heaven Palace. The Vast Heaven world didn't restrict space which was why it was possible to fly. However, even if this Everworld did, given Zhou Tong's current level of power, he would be able to fight back. Soon, Zhou Tong arrived near the main gates of Vast Heaven Palace. He saw that there were already a group of figures gathered there, with 3 cultivators who emanated the aura of Tao Lords standing at the very front. The leader was an old man dressed in tattered robes, but Zhou Tong could tell at a glance that this wasn't his true body. This was just one of his avatars. Fellow Taoist, do you have a talisman of welcome from Vast Heaven Palace? The leader of the 3, an old man dressed in tattered robes, was rather puzzled. This was a Tao Lord with an incredibly powerful aura. Judging from his aura, he was very close to the verge of the Tao merge, who had issued a talisman of welcome to someone like him. Each member of Vast Heaven Palace was only allowed to issue a single talisman of welcome in their lifetime. Generally speaking, they would only accept their friends, family, or disciples. Who would be foolish enough to accept a verge-level Tao Lord? Wouldn't that be a waste? That didn't mean that they would definitely join Vast Heaven Palace. There was still room for regret. Zhou Tong nodded, then casually took out World God Northrest's talisman of welcome. Where is the guide? World God Northrest asked me to tell you that he was killed by the 3 Wujiao god beasts. What? The 3 Wujiao divine beasts? How dare you? Damn those 3 Wujiao divine beasts. Do you think Vast Heaven Palace has no one to back you up? I, Si Ming, will go and destroy them right now. You 3 vile creatures. How dare you scheme against the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace? You're courting death. All of the world-level cultivators of Vast Heaven Palace were instantly enraged. All of them began a clamor about how they were going to go wipe out the 3 Wujiao god beasts. However, the leader of the group, an old man, exchanged a glance with a white-robed, blue-haired man next to him. The blue-haired man nodded. This is indeed Northrest's talisman of welcome. The old man then instructed the other world-level cultivators by his side, Arbiter, Taoist, Voilion, Cloud Rain, Black Axe, Skygang. The 6 of you were the closest to Northrest in the past. I'll leave it to you to go wipe out the 3 Wujiao god beasts. Yes, big brother Soul Sky. The 6 world gods behind him quickly stepped forward and flew off into the distance. Excuse us, fellow Taoist. Please come in. The leader of the group, the old man named Soul Sky, smiled as he invited Zhou Tong into Vast Heaven Palace as a guest. Fellow Taoist, you came all the way here to deliver this message to the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace. You truly are a righteous man. The white-robed, blue-haired man spoke out as well. But why is Northrest's talisman of welcome in your hands, fellow Taoist? As soon as these words came out, the other world gods and Tao Lord Soul Sky all turned to look at Zhou Tong. They all wanted to know why this person had World God Northrest's talisman of welcome. Logically speaking, there was no way World God Northrest would have given something like this to such a terrifying Tao Lord. Zhou Tong said leisurely, World God Northrest died near my homeland. Before he died, he left behind a set of ruins. When I was still weak, I was able to benefit from World God Northrest within those ruins. This talisman of welcome came from him. What? You're less than a chaos cycle old? The blue-haired, white-robed Tao Lord called out in shock. They had long ago confirmed the time of World God Northrest's death, and so they were able to easily determine Zhou Tong's approximate age. You came from the Badlands territory, right? I remember now. I've heard Badlands speak of you. Are you a tribulation flame? Right at this moment, the nearby Soul Sky spoke out. Long ago, Tao Lord Soul Sky had gone to ask Tao Lord Badland for help. At that time, he had led one of Tao Lord Badland's avatars into an extremely dangerous area. It was during that period of time that Zhou Tong had met Tao Lord Badland's true body. Tao Lord Badland's true body was connected to his avatar, and so Badlands had naturally told Tao Lord Soul Sky about Zhou Tong's affairs. Thus, Tao Lord Soul Sky knew about this. Yes, that's me. Zhou Tong nodded. It's hard to imagine. When Badlands told me about you, he said that you were just a world-level cultivator. It's only been 3 centuries, but you've already... The more Tao Lord Soul Sky spoke, the more stunned he felt. It was just a stroke of luck that allowed me to gain some insights. Zhou Tong said softly. Admirable, admirable. Downward Soul Sky sighed in amazement. He knew that Zhou Tong walked the path of the Tao of Fire. This path didn't have much defensive power, but it did have terrifying offensive power and explosive power. Although he didn't know exactly how strong Zhou Tong was, his aura alone was comparable to Tao Lord Soliski's true body. In all honesty, there was probably no one in the entire vast heaven everworld who was a match for him. Then aside from telling us about Northrest, is there anything else you want to tell us? Fellow Taoist, since you have Vast Heaven Palace's Medallion of Welcome, would you be willing to join us? The white-robed, blue-haired man spoke out once more. This question once again cut into the thoughts of many people. Zhou Tong's Medallion of Welcome was World God Northrest's one and only chance to be accepted. If Zhou Tong wasn't willing to join, that would mean that Northrest had wasted his only chance. However, if a supreme Tao Lord like him wanted to join any organization, there was no reason for them to refuse him. Did he really need to join Vast Heaven Palace? Zhou Tong nodded. Let's join. He didn't feel any ill will towards Vast Heaven Palace, because Vast Heaven Palace didn't have any hierarchy, and its members were all very loyal to each other. Most importantly of all, Zhou Tong had used Vast Heaven Palace's name to fight on multiple occasions during his trip to Vast Heaven Palace. Given that he hadn't joined any other organization yet, he might as well join them. Haha. Welcome, Brother Tribulation Fire. Chapter 1328. After deciding to join Vast Heaven Palace, Vast Heaven Palace had already begun to treat Zhou Tong as one of their own. Next up was the welcoming banquet. Aside from the cultivators who were either in secluded meditation or adventuring, virtually everyone in Vast Heaven Palace was present. Everyone chatted and chatted with each other. Vast Heaven Palace didn't care about status, and everyone addressed each other as brothers. Even Tao Lords were referred to as big brothers here. The atmosphere here was quite relaxed, far more so than what Zhou Tong had experienced at the Badlands Court. During this banquet, Zhou Tong was able to get to know more than half of the cultivators of Vast Heaven Palace, including the 3 current Tao Lords of Vast Heaven Palace, Soul Sky, Battlemaster, and Bright Fish. Brother Tribulation Fire, Vast Heaven Palace is quite large. Many of the estates are currently unoccupied. You can choose any one of them. They are all of the same size. Once you choose, you can change them as you wish. After the banquet, Tao Lord Soliski's avatar led Zhou Tong to choose an estate. This one, Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it, choosing a random estate. You'll need to attend an entrance ceremony after joining Vast Heaven Palace. When do you plan to hold it? Tao Lord Soul Sky continued to ask. There's no need to waste too much time. Let's do it in 3 days. Zhou Tong replied. All right, I'll make the announcement right away. Soul Sky nodded. There's one thing I want to see. I want to see all of the divine abilities and legacies that Vast Heaven Palace currently possesses. Might I ask what price I'll have to pay? Zhou Tong suddenly spoke out. Divine abilities and legacies are quite expensive in the outside world. Vast Heaven Palace naturally has a large collection of them. Tao Lord Soul Sky laughed. The entire Vast Heaven territory has been under our control for countless years now. We are the sacred land of the entire Vast Heaven territory, and we have plenty of divine abilities and secret arts. Just the legacies and techniques below the Tao Lord level alone would cost at least 60 million cubes of Chaos Nectar. The more Tao Lord Soul Sky spoke, the more smug he became. However, the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace would only need 3 million cubes of Chaos Nectar. Where's the Tao Lord's legacy? Zhou Tong asked. Tao Lord Soul Sky felt rather awkward upon hearing the topic of Tao Lord legacies. We have far fewer Tao Lord legacies here. Less than 10 of them, and a portion of them were left behind by some of my brothers in the past. In the end, Vast Heaven Palace's foundation is still far inferior to the Tao Alliance or Jining's Bright Shore Kingdom. Zhou Tong was beginning to understand this. Vast Heaven Palace's foundation was one of the deepest amongst the many realms, because it had been founded a very long time ago. However, compared to the likes of the Tao Alliance or the Brightshore Kingdom, which had hegemons protecting them, the difference was simply too great. Brother Tribulation Flame, we of Vast Heaven Palace treat our own brothers well. However, if you wish to browse through Downlord Legacies, there are certain conditions, Downlord Soul Sky continued. What conditions? Zhou Tong asked. Downlord Soul Sky said, if you wish to browse through a world-level cultivator below the Downlord level, we'll test you to see if your path is suitable for a legacy. If you wish to browse through a Downlord's legacy, however, you'll have to produce a Downlord legacy of your own. Brother Tribulation Flame, after the ceremony, all you need to do is produce a Downlord legacy and you'll be able to browse through all of Vast Heaven Palace's divine abilities and techniques. Downlord Soul Sky continued. In addition, Battlemaster and I will be able to browse through the legacies you produce. In fact, all of our future brothers of Vast Heaven Palace will be able to browse through them as well. Understood. Zhou Tong nodded. He had more than 10 Downlord legacies in his possession, including the legacy of Downlord All-God, the Firelord chapter, which was infinitely close to an Omega Dao, and the various legacies he had found on his way here. He had even slain other Downlords and acquired spoils of war. He had far more Downlord legacies than Vast Heaven Palace could freely sell. But of course, the legacies below the Downlord level were far more valuable than the legacies Vast Heaven Palace had. But of course, Zhou Tong knew exactly why he had so many things. This was because he was the only person in the entire universe who wasn't bound by lifeblood oaths and could freely pass on the legacies he had acquired. Others didn't have the ability to do so, which was why Vast Heaven Palace had far fewer legacies than Zhou Tong himself. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong quickly passed through Vast Heaven Palace's entrance ceremony. The entrance ceremony was an unprecedentedly grand affair. Zhou Tong could be said to be the first Downlord to join Vast Heaven Palace. This was because virtually all of the Downlords of Vast Heaven Palace had come from within Vast Heaven Palace. Only after the entrance ceremony did Zhou Tong truly become a member of Vast Heaven Palace. This caused Soul Sky, Battlemaster, and Bright Fish to let out sighs of relief in their hearts. Previously, they had only spoken of joining, but now that they had truly joined, they could truly be considered brothers of Vast Heaven Palace. In addition, after joining Vast Heaven Palace, Zhou Tong would naturally become the 4th Palace Lord of Vast Heaven Palace. According to the rules of Vast Heaven Palace, all Downlords were Palace Lords. As soon as Zhou Tong entered, he became one of the highest-ranking members of Vast Heaven Palace. After the entrance ceremony, Soul Sky led Zhou Tong to the Scripture Pavilion within Vast Heaven Palace. Brother Tribulation Flame, according to the rules, have you prepared a Downlord-level legacy? Downlord Soul Sky asked. Zhou Tong nodded slightly, then handed over a jade slip to Downlord Soul Sky. On the way to the Badlands territory, I killed a Downlord of the 4th step who trained in the Tao of Wood. I extracted from his soul the complete Tao he had used to become a Downlord of the 4th step. It is here. He killed a Downlord of the 4th step? Downlord Soul Sky was very curious, and he immediately sent his divine sense into the jade slip. As soon as he did, he was shocked. The Tao of this Downlord of the 4th step was not to be underestimated. A Downlord of the 4th step who cultivates the Tao of Wood, and one of the most powerful defensive Taos of the 4th step. He should have been able to kill even the weakest of Eternal Emperors, but he actually killed a Downlord of the 4th step. The more Soul Sky read, the more stunned he felt. A long time later, he looked at Zhou Tong. Tribulation Flame, what level of power have you reached? There should be very few Eternal Emperors below the level of Archon of the sacred cities who are a match for me. Zhou Tong thought carefully for a moment, then replied. Eternal Emperors were divided into different levels. Generally speaking, aside from Omega Emperors and Emperors who relied on external treasures, there were a total of 4 levels. The weakest were those who had become Emperors through extremely weak Taos. These Emperors generally didn't dare to cause trouble, because many of the more monstrously talented Tao lords who wanted to make a name for themselves would seek out and kill these emperors. The stronger ones were eternal emperors who were on par with the most supreme of Tao lords. The stronger ones were emperors who were on the level of archon of the sacred cities, followed by hegemons. Chapter 1329. Archon of the Sacred Cities. Tao Lord Solsky was shocked. Generally speaking, even the most monstrously talented Tao Lords would only be comparable to powerful emperors before they reached the Tao Merge. Even if they could defeat them, they might not necessarily be able to kill them. Zhou Tong didn't say anything else. He walked into the scripture pavilion of Vast Heaven Palace and began to quietly browse through the legacies here. However, Tao Lord Solsky was still in a state of shock. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, is Vast Heaven Palace about to produce a hegemon as well? Meanwhile, Zhou Tong had entered the scripture pavilion of Vast Heaven Palace. He spent a few days memorizing everything within the scripture pavilion. Afterwards, he quickly left the scripture pavilion and headed towards his own palace within Vast Heaven Palace. Upon arriving at the palace, he saw that there was a blank signboard above the entrance. This signboard indicated that this palace was an unoccupied palace. Zhou Tong casually tapped the signboard, carving the word flame into the palace. Instantly, the entire palace began to shine with light as countless formations and restrictive spells appeared. This meant that this palace already had master. At the same time, the countless restrictive spells began to coalesce into a talisman with the word flame carved into it, which appeared in front of Zhou Tong. This method is quite simple. Zhou Tong chuckled, accepting the talisman and entering the palace. Upon entering the palace, Zhou Tong went straight to his private room. He immediately sat down in the lotus position and began to organize and meditate on the tomes within Vast Heaven Palace. The tomes within Vast Heaven Palace contained roughly 30% of all the divine abilities, techniques, and legacies that Zhou Tong knew of. Thus, even with the level of his divine sense, it would still take Zhou Tong 100 years to fully comprehend all of them. 100 years is fine. I've built up a solid foundation. Next, it'll be very difficult for me to reach the fourth stage of my Omega Fire Tao. The foundations and grand Taos I learned in the other worlds are no longer of much use. Now that I've reached this level, I'll be able to truly understand the core Tao of this world. Zhou Tong mused to himself. One day after another passed, Zhou Tong sat in the lotus position within his palace by himself, quietly meditating on the tomes within Vast Heaven Palace. Is this Chinese Tao? This kind of defensive Tao is very strong. It could be considered one of the strongest defensive Taos. It's just that he walks on the water elemental Tao, which is the opposite of mine. And this, the previous palace lord of Vast Heaven Palace, failed his Tao merge. His Tao is not bad. It is also the Tao of fire. He walks the path of explosive power. Although his explosive power is not as good as mine, he still has his merits. This is Bright Fish's Tao. Oh, his Tao truly was far more powerful than Salisky's. He could be said to be the most powerful of all the palace lords of Vast Heaven Palace. Alas, he was still just a Tao lord of the second step. His Tao had yet to be perfected. Of course, perfecting it wouldn't be of much use to me. He doesn't walk the path of fire. Divine abilities, secret arts, and inheritances flashed through Zhou Tong's mind one after another. Most of them only strengthened his foundation. Only a small portion of them could inspire him and strengthen his ultimate way of fire. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes. It's a pity that Vast Heaven Palace has too few techniques. There are too few things that can inspire me. Zhou Tong felt rather regretful as well. There weren't many legacies that were truly useful to him. The 200 years I spent in the Sea of Darkness was a period of meditation and meditation. Now that I've spent another 100 years in meditation, it's time for me to go out adventuring once more. This time, I'm going to go all out. Zhou Tong, have been in this world for so many years. It's time for me to spread my name, Zhou Tong said to himself. But before that, I need to help Vast Heaven Palace out a little. Zhou Tong walked out of his palace, then began to speak out. His divine voice echoed throughout the entirety of Vast Heaven Palace. 3 days from now, I, Tribulation Fire, will be lecturing on the Tao of Fire in the Flameflow Palace. I welcome all of you to come and exchange pointers with me. As soon as this voice rang out, many of the cultivators within Vast Heaven Palace were startled. Vast Heaven Palace was Zhou Tong's personal palace. When the time came, he would release the restrictive spells around it. Within Vast Heaven Palace, only some Sura Dao Lords were qualified to give lectures on the Tao. However, over the course of many years, Vast Heaven Palace had only had 3 Palace Lords. The 3 Palace Lords also needed to train and go out adventuring, and so they rarely gave lectures on the Tao. Zhou Tong's words instantly aroused the interest of everyone within the palace. When Big Brother Tribulation Flame entered the palace last time, I was looking forward to seeing him give us a lecture on the Tao. He's the only Tao Lord in Vast Heaven Palace who trains in the Tao of Fire. I train in the Tao of Fire as well. I'll go listen. The Tao of Fire, although I train in the Tao of Pure Yang, the Tao of Fire shares many similarities with the Tao of Pure Yang. It should be beneficial for me to go listen. The Tao of Fire. The only Tao Lord in our palace who trains in the Tao of Fire is finally going to give a lecture. The countless world-level cultivators within Vast Heaven Palace were all incomparably excited, especially those who trained in the Tao of Fire or similar paths. Previously, they hadn't had a good teacher to guide them, which was why their cultivation speed had been quite slow. Now, however, a Tao Lord who walked in the Tao of Fire was willing to give them a lecture on the Tao. This was an opportunity that they absolutely had to seize. Tribulation Flame is finally going to give a lecture on the Tao. I wonder how profound his Tao of Fire is. I have to go take a look. Tao Lord Soul Sky mused to himself. Tribulation Flame's Tao of Fire. Perhaps I'll have a chance to reach the Tao merge. Tao Lord Battlemaster was quite curious as well. Tao Lord Brightfish's eyes lit up as well. A Tao that's even more powerful than mine? I really want to go take a look. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong arrived at a Tao dais within his palace. He scanned the area with his god sense, then instantly revealed a satisfied smile. Everyone who had remained within Vast Heaven Palace had come. Even Soul Sky, Brightfish, and Battlemaster had come. Everyone. This lecture will last for half a year. The first 5 months will be spent on the Tao, and the final month will be spent answering questions. Let the lecture begin. Fire represents the aura of the sun. Mortal fire represents fire. Heavenly fire represents calamity. As Zhou Tong began to speak, he began to explain the essence of the Tao of Fire. All of the cultivators below him, regardless of whether they trained in the Tao of Fire or in other Taos, were completely immersed in his words. Zhou Tong's voice was filled with a profound, mysterious aura. His voice was filled with the aura of all sorts of flames, as well as the unique characteristics of all sorts of flames. Those who were listening to the lecture, even Tao Lord Soul Sky, who was at the verge of the Tao merge, couldn't help but listen to Zhou Tong's words and become immersed in the unfathomable mysteries of the Tao of Fire. He slowly became immersed in the lecture as well, and his heart began to burn with passion. Chapter 1330. Zhou Tong's lectures on the Tao came and went as quickly as they had come. After half a year of lectures, the lectures dispersed. Virtually everyone went into secluded meditation to digest the contents of Zhou Tong's lectures. Even Tao Lord Battlemaster was no exception. Vast Heaven Palace fell into a state of unprecedented silence. However, Zhou Tong didn't stop there. Instead, he left his palace by himself. He left Vast Heaven Palace and the Vast Heaven Everworld. He then casually flicked his finger through the void, causing a large swath of space-time edicts to be annihilated, revealing a corridor that looked like a black hole. Zhou Tong took a single step forward and entered the black hole. Back when he was at the world level, he was already capable of using techniques that transcended space-time. Now that he was a Tao Lord of the third step, he was naturally even more powerful and capable of transcending time itself. When he had hurried over to Vast Heaven Palace, he hadn't used this technique because he wanted to experience the scenery and see if he could find any good fortune. Now, however, there was no need for that. He had already decided on where he was going to go, the azure flower estate of the creator of the 9 chaos seals, Autark Awaken. After becoming a Tao Lord of the 3rd step in an Omega Tao, the experiences and grand Taos of his past life would no longer be of any use. If he wanted to reach the 4th step, he would have to rely on himself. By Zhou Tong's own calculations, if he followed the conventional path of cultivation, this step would take him hundreds of thousands of years. To the vast majority of freakishly talented Tao Lords in this universe, going from the 3rd step to the 4th step in just a few 100,000 years was an unimaginable amount of time. They themselves would need dozens of chaos cycles to make their breakthrough. However, Zhou Tong didn't want to waste that much time here. Thus, he had to find a faster way to reach the 4th step. Rumble. Time seemed to come to a standstill within the black hole. The void was connected to every part of the universe, making it seem as though he could easily cross it with a single step. Zhou Tong took a single step forward, then flicked his finger and shattered the void, once more appearing within the chaos verse. This time, however, he appeared in front of an enormous world, the Badlands Everworld. I'm here again. However, this time, I won't say goodbye to Downward Badlands. I'm going to take a different path to the 3 realms. As Zhou Tong spoke, he once again transcended space-time and instantly arrived at the edge of the Badlands territory. The only way the 3 realms could communicate with the Badlands territory was through the spatial whirlpool. The 3 realms were surrounded by extremely dangerous regions. Those regions were places that no one had explored before and were filled with endless dangers. The safest path was the unstable spatial whirlpool. But now, Zhou Tong was preparing to explore the Badlands territory and head to the 3 realms through the borders of the Badlands territory. This was because he knew that Paragon Chi's Azure Flower Cavern was located in that region. The 3 realms should be in this direction. Let's go. Zhou Tong entered his flying vessel and flew forward. Although pioneering was an extremely dangerous task, it was nothing to Zhou Tong, an Omega Tao Lord of the 3rd step. Zhou Tong sat quietly in the lotus position on the deck of his flying vessel, using his mastery of the Omega Tao of fire to sense everything in front of him. Anyone who mastered an Omega Tao could be considered a Tao Lord, and the Tao Birth Prime essences of the universe were the eyes of the Tao Lord. The more powerful one's soul was, the higher one's level of insight would be, and the further one's senses would be. Although Zhou Tong was currently just a Tao Lord of the 3rd step, his soul was only slightly weaker than that of a Hegemon's. Given that he had mastered an Omega Tao and was the Lord of the Fire Tao, his senses weren't any weaker than Hegemon's. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. Zhou Tong could sense that he was about to reach the 3 realms. But right at this moment, a look of delight suddenly appeared on Zhou Tong's face as he stared toward a certain direction. I can finally sense it. The azure flower resonance. Zhou Tong didn't try to stop him. An azure flower seal appeared on his forehead, and this seal was resonating with a distant location. It's in that direction. Zhou Tong put away his vessel, then took a single step forward. He charged straight through the barren primordial chaos, instantly arriving at a strange region. This was a region of primordial chaos, devoid of any energy, and not even the prime essences of the fire Tao of the chaos verse existed. This place was like a pure land that had been completely cut off from the rest of the universe. Outside this region of primordial chaos, however, was a region filled with golden mist. I've finally found it. I wonder if I'll be able to succeed as a Tao Lord of the 3rd step. Zhou Tong's eyes were filled with a hint of excitement and a hint of challenge. In the original works, Ji Ning had been a Tao Lord of the 4th step, and he had been able to crush his opponents with ease. Now, however, Zhou Tong was just a Tao Lord of the 3rd step. The first 2 trials weren't a big deal, but the 3rd one wasn't guaranteed. This sort of challenge filled him with a sense of excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. Zhou Tong entered that primordial region of primordial chaos. Instantly rumble, an invisible force instantly swept over. It passed through Zhou Tong's body with great difficulty, then landed on Zhou Tong's soul. This feeling made Zhou Tong feel as though a cool breeze had brushed against his soul. This should be the threshold for entering the mansion. Ordinary Dao Lords shouldn't be able to withstand something like this, but an attack of this level shouldn't be able to do anything to me. Zhou Tong looked around. Endless amounts of power were constantly sweeping through this region of primordial chaos. This power seemed to be intangible, and it was very difficult for physical objects to stop it. Zhou Tong paused for a moment. He observed and analyzed this power for a moment. When he had more or less comprehended it, he continued forward, heading towards that region of golden mist. As soon as he entered this region of mist, he saw many strange golden life forms. Strange life forms that use the power of the metal element as their core. They're quite strong, but in the Tao of the 5 elements, fire counters metal. Zhou Tong glanced at these life forms, casually studying them for a moment, then ignored them. He openly walked through this region of golden mist. At the same time, a layer of strange flames appeared around him. These flames seemed intangible, but they carried with them a mysterious, bewildering aura. Illusory flames. Zhou Tong chuckled. He was covered in these illusory flames, and just like that, he walked through the golden mist. Those strange golden life forms didn't seem to be able to see him at all. They continued to quietly move according to their own rules. Even when Zhou Tong walked right in front of them, they acted as though they couldn't see him at all, nor could they sense his aura at all. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.